guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, then no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one right crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The man hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say say that them fire can't cool. How long them a go take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most high rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one way crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say problem step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man hold the harder of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay.
Blessings, everyone. Good afternoon, wherever you are in the world, whether it might be morning, nighttime, wherever. But welcome to Rattigan University. Come reason with Rattigan. Sorry, reason with Rattigan. We have so many things going on here. Reason with Rattigan at Rattigan University. And, you know, they have a phrase, don't believe your lying eyes. Well, the eyes aren't lying. Right next to me here is a professor. And as you know, I'm the provost. So today we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun. We're going to talk about a lot of things. And some of you have said, you know, we looked at the syllabus, you know, the topics for today, and they seem like it's same topics from last week. And I said, yes, it's true, but two things. One is, remember, we don't do 9-day wonders around here. And sometimes when you're educating people, it's repetition. You have to keep saying it, because some people won't get it the first time, and we can't leave anyone behind. And the second thing is that it may look like it's the same story, one that you heard last week, but whenever we list it for the following week, there's always a development, something that we have to inform you about. And that's the case. So if you saw the topics last week, third thing, some of the topics you saw last week, we weren't able to get to them. So we're going to get to them today at least. We're going to try. The professor is sitting right next to me, so we want to make sure that, you know, because there's no delay, there is no, you know, distance. I mean, he's right here. So we'll control the thing and we'll be fine. And remember what I told you. I told you a while back that we're going to get rid of the noise, the challenge that we had. Also, we had a challenge with the phone. We had a challenge with the microphone. Well, we have a brand new system, and I want to thank the professor for making sure that this thing is up and running. The problem now, folks, is this. As I look at it, and I'm looking at it, it's very intimidating. It's different from the board we had. It has fewer knobs, but it has
more features.
More features, yes. It even has a what?
A touch screen.
Touch screen. And you touch the screen and it opens up another screen, and you touch that screen and it opens up another screen, and then you go in and you make your adjustments and all that. So I'm glad he's here, but I can tell you this. I'm going to try my level best to become extremely familiar with it, but bear with me because I know we're going to have some issues. So
you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
So that's that. The program last Wednesday, we didn't have one. Come reason with Rattigan. Big up yourself, OT. We didn't have one because we had some things going on in the courts. We're going to give you updates on that as well. So I couldn't be present for that because we worked into the wee hours of the morning, and then I had to travel to up to New York to the Queen's Supreme Court. And I know a lot of you are anxiously awaiting an update. We'll give it to you. The Sunday program, Professor is here. We'll talk about it and see what can be done maybe next week, Sunday. We will see. And then tonight, Relax with the Rebel. I want to big up my brethren, Herbie McDonald, my best friend in high school. He suggested a while back that we do a feature on Sly and Robbie because of their vast catalog. And I told him that I would. And the moment has arrived. So tonight we're going to be playing songs involving Sly and Robbie. Now, some of these songs they produce these songs. Some of them they arrange the songs. Some of them they played on the songs. So it's not just songs that they played on. It's songs that they touched in whatever way. Arranger, producer. So we're gonna get to that. And you're gonna be surprised because some of the songs you will hear tonight, you probably didn't know that Sly and Robbie had some input into those songs. And they're all you hear the songs you know, but you'll say, I didn't know Sly and Robbie.
Sly and Robbie did that?
Yeah, exactly.
They were on that?
Yes. So join me tonight. I remember we go till 8 o'clock, and after 8, between 8 and 10, man to my left, the professor, he will be on, and he will go from 8 to 10, and then I will rejoin and go from 10 to midnight, and my program will be followed by Dr. Love from midnight to 2. So please, please, please join us if you can. We look forward to having you. And last but not least, let me say just big up to all of you out there because we're pressed for time, as you can tell. You know, I don't even have a monologue. We're pressed for time. So I just want to big up all of you out there. Prayers for all of you experiencing some health issues. And those of you who have had deaths in the family, we pray to the Almighty for your comfort and strength. And last but not least, we have to big up the two producers there. Producer Joan, this program, and producer OT Wednesday program. So again, people, welcome, welcome, welcome. We have a fantastic program for you this evening and tonight. Without further ado, over to the professor.
Blessings, blessings. Yes, hailing from other parts of the East Coast. I brought a little bit of warmth with me, and I'm taking it back to South Florida with me.
Indeed.
Because them in for it when I leave, let me tell you. But first time out with new software, well, new hardware. I'm looking forward to using it up. The provost will be able to manage. I guarantee you, he will be able to manage. And I gave him a quick run through yesterday after I set stuff, and he's like, "So, what do you expect for the spreadsheet?"
And it was quick. It was quick. Producer Jones said, "No, mark the label there, the buttons."
Yeah, she did. She said, "Label them until they get used to it." I was like, "No, okay, I make it real easy, you know." But
give me one of them sound things so the people can see.
The one for tonight?
No,
for today.
Yeah, just give them any one of them.
All right. Can't get the one, huh?
No, you're not.
What do you mean that you're done? You never hear it.
Oh no, it sounds like a. You hear it?
No.
Them hear it?
No.
Oh, one of them hear it.
I don't know why they never hear it though.
Let's get it one. Oh, that.
Yeah.
Ah.
Never hear that. I'm supposed to hear that. Never hear that.
The cricket one when we hear people come on. But anyway, folks, yeah, we're going to have some fun today and tonight. So, go ahead, my brethren. You want to put up the
Yeah. So, I get the honor of
my
putting up the slideshow.
My drive.
I put up the slideshow and him talk, basically. So, of course, welcome to Rattigan University, where lies are dispelled and truth is upheld. And SSB, this, ever since we got this message, has stayed with us and has become a permanent fixture. So we're using it up, and it will always be there. We're shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. Week 7 of the spring semester. So we live and in living color. Show you how bossy we can be. Bossy how we can be up here. Look at this. It's just me. Hey! See how bossy? Yeah. On the syllabus today, Minister Vaz and the cabinet. When will the Jamaican people get value for money? I don't know which money, I don't know which value. Crime stats. Are the numbers fudged? Here comes Fudgy. I don't have that sound effect. Sorry. I should have gotten that little fudge man horn. But there's malfeasance, depravity, and corruption at UHWI under Minister TUFTON'S watch. Is it there? Well, we've seen evidence of it now, haven't we? The government of Jamaica and the diaspora, who benefits from the diaspora elections and the biennial conferences. Good question. He might have some answers. I definitely don't.
I do.
Of course, you know the faculty, the provost, and yours truly. I got my wings, so I'm flying high as a professor. You know me. And of course, our guest lecturers are you all, the Jamaican people, at home and in the diaspora. We want to always be active in our listening. We want to be always open-minded so that we can use this time wisely and effectively. We want to be present. It's easy to be distracted. It's easy to get carried away with other things. So let's be very present. Comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint. Because if you're a distractor and a detractor, you're going to get booted. So if you want to be here commenting, let's make the most of the broadcast and comment from constructive standpoints. Celebrate others' contributions and enjoy the experience. There's not much that is asked of us other than these key things, key elements as we go through the broadcast. Chinese proverbs. I saw this one this morning and I was like, I didn't say anything to the provost about it, but I can tell you, I like it. My friend who put me on radio for the first time used to say, I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. If you survive the storm, you won't be bothered by the rain. We see it happen when I went through Hurricane Gilbert as a 12-year-old. And really and truly, the rain didn't matter. After the storm passed and I was able to stand in my living room and look up at stars. It didn't. And so through this, I learned that once I survive it, I can get past it. If you survive a storm, you won't be bothered by the rain. Love truth even if it hurts you. Hate lies even if they help you. This one is an African proverb. And if the truth always hurts, you know. It's because we're so caught up in our own lies sometimes. We are misguided. But the truth always hurts. And we get comfort in our lies.
True.
Remember the important dates. Midterm exam coming up in less than a month. March 14. Final exam May 30. Summer school kicks off the following week, June 6. You think you're looking at you get a break? No. Gas pedal broke. It's stuck on the floor. Provost.
That's true. Well, here's what we're going to do. Let's pull up the video with the Jamaican Parliament. Let's just start with that. Now, folks, here's what happened. Remember, we were talking to you about parliamentary procedures because we said we want to educate our people so that they understand when they watch Parliament what's going on or what should happen. So when they see the nonsense, they can say, wait a minute, that shouldn't happen. And it gives you a sense of belonging, a sense of pride, knowing that you're a Jamaican and you understand what's going on in your parliament. People shouldn't be telling you what's going on there, and you should be well versed about what's going on in parliament because you elected those people to represent you. So you want to know what they're doing. You need to pay attention. As they say, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So if you start asking questions of the politician, they must provide answers because guess what? There's a day of reckoning. In Jamaica, it's every 4 to 5 years. So that's where we are. Now, one of the things we had mentioned, and we had recognized, we recognized the efforts of MP Warmington as far as knowing what the rules are, the standing rules in the House of Parliament. He's very astute, very accomplished as far as the rules are concerned, and that's why people pay attention to him. And so we were trying to get people to do the same thing. When I say people, other MPs to do the same thing. And we had mentioned that if we were part of the opposition or even the government, we would say, look, you know what? Let's have classes every Saturday and teach people, teach our members how to operate within the rules. And we didn't know that people were listening to us, but apparently, and we won't, we're not going to big up ourselves and take too much credit, but it may be just coincidence. But I want you to listen to this video and tell me if you remember us saying this.
Future of Parliament is about to undergo drastic changes, and what is about to happen could change how sessions are conducted, making the rules clearer and harder to ignore. So it should be simplified where all of the confusion and the fuss will be put to a rest. So according to the House Speaker Juliet Holness, the standing orders are undergoing a full revamp. She explained that will happen over the next couple weeks.
So this body of work is from...
over the 8 months, guided by the CPA,
And what they have done is to look at best practice across the Commonwealth, along with our constitution, our own standing orders, and to help to reorder the flow, the ease of understanding, and areas where persons would have identified issues raised by us in the House, but not updated in the standing orders, would have also been brought to the fore. And one of the very important things for us is, when you read the standing order, everybody should hopefully understand the same thing. We would read the standing order sometimes, and it's not supposed to be high science in terms of the wording and the verbiage. So the effort was made to simplify the language so that even the common man on the street, if they take up our standing orders, would understand what it is that each of the items in our standing order is saying.
Just a quick question. Is the approach to go one whole hog and do the entire overall, or can it be done in piecemeal, starting with what we regard as the most important? That's one question. And secondly.
No, I want to answer before you secondly. Write down secondly, please. I'm going to tell you why. Remember when we took up this exercise last sitting with the Standing Orders Committee, we were going to look at the standing order one line item at a time, going down 1 point at a time. And we realized that that would have taken us forever. The way these are drafted, it would have to be a composite document, because it is not like our old standing order slightly adjusted. Literally, it's a full revamp. And the ordering is revamped, everything is revamped. So that's why the thought process from the chair here was to say, look, let us take this entire book, take our existing standing orders, and each of us make our notations as we go through. When we come, look at the table of content at the front, members. When we come to go through, based on how this table of content is done, literally it means, even if we wanted, as Member Paul is asking, to take segments, it would mean that we'd have to say, all right, our concern is about bills, or our concern is conduct. It would be a little different than the way it would have been before. So we literally will have to look at this entire body of work, make whatever additional adjustments we would want to make. Like, next one,
well, you had mentioned how we involve other members. And I think for our side, we will be conducting a separate sit-down with our members just to go through.
That's good.
And then, so when we come back here, we'll be speaking with the full authority.
Wonderful. That is excellent. That's very efficient.
Warmington, of course.
All right, folks, you hear what MP Philip Powell said, that they're going to, the opposition party, they're going to sit as a group and they're going to go through the changes. They're going to make changes to the standing orders. But this is an opportunity for them to familiarize themselves with the rules and stop with the nonsense with the tracing and a whole bunch of foolishness. Get up, stand up on the point of order, name the rule, and get to it quickly. And people will respect you. They can't abuse you. They can't abuse you because you know what the rules are, and there are rules specifically addressing abusing members. No, and I suspect that in the new standing orders, you will have the same thing. And also, they're going to demystify the whole thing and make it easy so that all of us, when you read it, you can understand. Because right now it's written in like Old English and legalese, somewhere in there. And for the ordinary person, it's kind of difficult to just read it and understand. So hopefully this process will inure to the benefit of the Jamaican people. Again, it's civics, it's your business. I should say it's our business. It's our country. We owe it to ourselves to do that. All right. What we want to do now is, remember, we heard something about taxes now that will be levied on the Jamaican people. And you remember that the government came out and said, no new taxes. And we debunked that by saying, no, you have increased existing taxes.
but you haven't imposed any new taxes. So tell the people exactly what's going on. And remember, we showed you that they had increased taxes on oil products, on liquor, on cigarettes, tobacco products, and some other things. But they didn't tell you that. They just said no new taxes. And they're correct. They didn't have any new taxes. New meaning that something that wasn't taxed already. But things that were taxed already, they actually increased the taxes on it. They play word games.
Word games, yeah.
Right. So now they come out now and say, listen, it looks like based on everything that's going on, Melissa, etc., we're going to have to increase taxes. And so I was kind of shocked when I saw this report. And then I want to show you something about what we did with the Ministry of Finance. And then we'll talk a little bit about the access to information. But go ahead, Professor.
The American government is about to start taxing all your digital subscriptions like Netflix, Amazon Prime, even ChatGPT. But how will they do it? Good question. I'm Kalila from Money Media, bringing you money news for the Caribbean. So the new tax on digital services is part of a 30 billion Jamaican dollar revenue package. That's about 200 million US dollars that the government needs to raise because of Hurricane Melissa, which cost the country almost 9 billion US dollars. Now they've also raised billions in loans and grants, but they're still short. So new taxes it is. Yeah, it sucks, but we've had a pretty good run. There have been no new taxes for the past 10 years, and it took a Category 5 hurricane to put us in this position.
There have been no new taxes in the last 10 years. She's correct.
Yeah, but she did say new. And she emphasized new.
Yeah.
She did emphasize
But you have
new.
to listen carefully. You have to listen carefully. She didn't say they weren't an increase in taxes on things that were already taxed. She didn't say that. But if you're not paying attention, you're thinking that nothing has been taxed. And that's not true. They're just saying that no new taxes. Continue, please.
It sucks, but we've had a pretty good run. There have been no new taxes for the past 10 years, and it took a Category 5 hurricane to put us in this position. So, what are these new taxes? Let's start with what to me is the most interesting one, a tax on digital services. The government plans to add 15% GCT on all your streaming, subscriptions, software purchases, etc. They say this is to promote fairness. According to Finance Minister Favour Williams, many of these services are provided by businesses with no physical presence in Jamaica, so they don't pay taxes here. But similar services provided by locals are subject to taxes, which puts Jamaican businesses at a disadvantage. The idea is to tax digital services based on where they're consumed rather than where they're provided. They're expecting to earn 300 million JMD in year one. That's about 2 million US dollars. And that's because they won't start implementing it until Q4, which is January of 2027. By year two, they're expecting to net 4.2 billion JMD from digital services. That's 27 million US dollars. But how exactly will they implement this? Are they going to attempt to have arrangements with all the digital services providers? Netflix, Disney Plus, Amazon, Google, Meta, ChatGPT. There are literally thousands. It seems impossible that they would be able to identify them all and get them all to add GCT to the bill. The more practical way will probably be through the banks. We typically pay for these services using a credit or debit card. Now, if you look at your Jamaican bank statement right now, you'll notice a GCT charge every time you use your debit card at a point of sale machine or online. This is a tax on the bank transaction itself. It's not added to your bill from the vendor. So in theory, the government could use this method to add GCT to payments for digital services. Now, the challenge will be for them to identify which charges are for goods versus digital services. For example, you may have a charge from Amazon for your Amazon Prime subscription or for a Kindle ebook, which are digital services, but you may also have Amazon charges for physical items being shipped to Jamaica. How will they know what is what? I'm curious to hear how this will be implemented. Now, we should be learning the details when the budget debate starts in March, and I'll be covering the other tax measures in my next video, so make sure you subscribe and follow. And that's the bottom line. So, what do you think about this new tax? Let me know in the comments. And comment newsletter Jamaica.
All right.
We're not commenting our comments.
Right. So you see what's going on, folks. Some new taxes. This is not on top of the already existing taxes you're paying. This is new things they're going to be taxed. So stay tuned for that. Now we also heard that they're going to be taxing the old things as well. They're going to increase the taxes on those. Now I want to show you something because we're talking about taxes. What I'm going to show you now exemplifies two things. Speaks to two things. It speaks to the Access to Information Act. Speaks to that. Because I'll tell you, while on paper it looks like it's a good law, the way it's implemented, it's very bad. Because for me at least, on paper, it's not a good law because it doesn't have any teeth. They can ignore you, they can avoid you, they can do all kinds of things, despite what some of the provisions say.
Hold on. Is it that the law itself is not good, or is it the enforcing of the law that is an issue?
It's both. It's the law is a good law, but it doesn't go far enough. And where you might say, well, you know, this is far enough in terms of getting them to address your request, they ignore it. And there's no penalty. Because when I say there's no penalty, there's no effective penalty. Because remember, under the Access to Information Act, the government has 30 days to respond to you. They can say, we're not giving you the information. They can provide you with the information, or they can say, we need 30 additional days, which takes it up to 60. And then they have to give you the information, or give you some response. And then if they don't respond to you, the only remedy you have, you can't go to court. The only remedy you have is to go to the tribunal. Now, I've had cases sitting in the tribunal for about 2 years. At one point, they didn't even have an effective tribunal. They didn't have people on the tribunal. They have people now, and they reached out to me once and said, we want to talk to you about your cases here. How far, you know, do you want to pursue them? And then that was it. I haven't heard from them since. So there's no teeth to say, for example, like if you don't provide it by a certain time period, then somebody has to pay a fine. You know, they don't have anything like that. Or they don't say, if they don't provide it, then you can take them to court. It doesn't have anything like that. So that's the problem. And then the second part of it, one is ATI. The second part is taxes. And it's also related to ATI, because ATI says that if I send you a request and you're not the proper person to receive the request, you know, ministry, agency, department, then you are responsible for finding out who is in a position to respond, and you're supposed to forward my request to them. You're supposed to inform me. Well, what we've encountered over the past few years is that people just come back and tell you, well, we don't have it, and then that's it. And the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Miss Sheila Monteith, I had to straighten her out at one point because she came back with a little feisty answer. And I said, no. It's your responsibility to find out who can respond to it. You can't tell me that, well, I can't respond to it. It's not within my bailiwick. That's not good enough. And then I sent it to her. She wrote me back again with some foolishness. And I had to write her again and said, Miss Monteith, do you understand the law? Go back and read it. Read the section, the particular section. And I guess she did, because then she forwarded it. So that's where we are. But let's put this up, and we're talking about taxes. Let's put this up, and we're going to illustrate the point. All right. Now look at the date, the right-hand side of the document. All right, you see. So you can highlight it. You can, yeah.
Yeah, you know, I get to play with your highlighter today.
Okay, and then it gets to use his favorite color, green. There it is, right? February 16th. That's what, 5 days ago that this was drafted. I don't believe I got it on the 16th. I think it was probably a little day or two after. But look at this. Go up a little bit, Kevin, please. It says, oh, one more. All right, look at that sentence at the top. It says, the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service acknowledges receipt of your ATI application under the Access to Information Act. Dated when? Look at the date when I sent it to them. And look when it was received by them. May 12th. Go up again, Kevin, and look at the response date. Look at the response date. You see it? You see that? Remember now, they have 30 days to respond. Maximum 60. Let's give them the 60. That would have taken you to what? July 12th, around July 12th.
So let me see which 60 they're trying to use at this point. It's not 60 days. It's not 60 months.
60 weeks. 60 weeks, I don't know.
It'll go over 60 weeks.
But look at this is slackness, people. This is slackness. And they didn't put in there that, you know, we apologize for the delay. But that's okay. I think maybe they did it in the email, but they didn't put it in here. No, keep going up. Keep going up. All right, start. All right, look at what I said to them. I said at the JLP 79th conference held on November 20, 2022, Prime Minister Holness said, and I quote, the Jamaican economy is fiscally sound. No new taxes. It didn't say no increase on existing taxes. No new taxes on the backs of the Jamaican people since the Jamaica Labour Party administration has come into power. However, based on ministry paper number 17/17 dated 9th March 2017, it appears that this is me talking to her now, special consumption taxes and other taxes were applied to, here we are, fuel, tobacco, and tobacco products. That's one category, tobacco and tobacco products, motor vehicle license and fees, etc. So it's not one thing that they increased fees on. And I said, noteworthy is that these taxes appear to be an increase on existing taxes. Well, no, it's not just an appearance. It is truth. It is fact. So now I said to her, the following requests seeks clarification of the issues concerning increased taxes and new taxes. So now we're going to have some fun with them now regarding new taxes and increased taxes. So look at question number 1. Does no new taxes mean no increase in existing taxes? That's one. Got number 2. Does no new taxes mean no tax on activities, commodities, items, permits, etc. that were not previously subjected to taxation? Right? So the first one is saying, are you saying that there's no increase in existing taxes? Second one is saying, are you saying that no new taxes mean that you're not going to be taxes stuff that you didn't tax before? And look at number 3. What is the difference between no new taxes and no increase in taxes? And look at the response. You can highlight it from a professor.
First of all, let me say this. I had totally missed the response. And y'all can comment. How many of you actually realize that there's a response to this? I'm going to highlight it. As per requested. This here?
It is. Look at that. The Ministry of Finance and the Public Service has no documented definition for these terminologies. So these are foreign terminologies I'm asking about. New taxes, existing taxes, no new taxes, no new taxes, increase in existing taxes. These are all new phrases to them. They said, we don't have any documented definition for these, right? And I'm just simply asking them, what does it mean? But here's the thing. Somebody in the government must know what these terms, what they mean. And so we're thinking that it might be TAJ, Tax Administration of Jamaica, right? So what was Miss Carlene Smith supposed to do? She was supposed to forward this to TAJ and say, TAJ, we don't want to get involved with Mr. Rattigan and all of this thing here, so I want to deal with him with it. But instead, she just send it to me and end it.
All right, now let me ask this question. Did the statement come from this ministry about the no new taxation?
Yeah, there's a document. Yes.
When
go up. I'm sure the document. Go up. There it is. There it is. Ministry paper. You can highlight it.
Wait. So the Ministry of Finance were the ones that presented the Prime Minister in 2020, in November 2022. This information
Between him and
known
TAJ,
taxes.
because here it is right here, you can highlight it. Ministry paper. So Ministry paper number 17 dated 9 March. That's their paper. That's their paper. And we've shown it before. That's their document.
Because that's coming to their rescue, you know. They said, boy, you know, is campaign talk.
Maybe they don't know about it. Maybe they don't know what they do. Because there it is right there. They argued for levying taxes on existing taxes or things that they were already taxing. It's their document. So now they come and they said, well, we don't know these terms. We don't know what they mean. So people understand exactly what's going on. But
I tried to help. Ministry of Finance, I tried to help.
Yeah, I'm not trying to basically say that they didn't know, and maybe the Prime Minister spoke off the cuff. But remember, the Prime Minister's speech, that's a prepared speech. It's not something where he's being interviewed. It's something where that is constructed for him for that particular event.
Not necessarily well prepared though.
Well, we know that put it this way, he's well prepared for trickery. He's well prepared to fool the people, and the people are well prepared to accept. That's the sad part. It's not what he's doing, it's what the people's absorption and their response.
What they're willing to accept. Yeah.
So that's where we are. All right, we can move that. We can move them 3 things and then we can move on talk about the Prime Minister.
Hey.
No, leave them up. Hold on a second. You can pull down the. After you play these 2, then we're just going to run into the we're running into the contradictions. So you can play the lady first, and then you can play him.
The lady.
You would have noticed something a little bit different that we don't usually do. We don't usually necessarily take on misinformation and disinformation or information that is false. That is changing. We are going to have to do so in this context where something is said that is not true. We will be countering it. We will come with the receipts. We will play the videos from months ago. We have the records, and we will do that. We have to focus on being able to respond to misinformation and disinformation. There's a lot of that out there in the public sphere, and we cannot leave it unchallenged. And so you will be seeing new approaches from the Ministry of Information in terms of dispelling those things. And in many instances, we call them misinformation and disinformation. Those are fancy words for lies. And so where there are lies, we will be correcting them. And there have been many of those. And I know Minister Morgan will be working very closely with me in relation to addressing that issue of lies that are proliferating. And we will give you the facts. And that's why we ask you to tune in here. Because we bring the ministers, we open them up for challenge and allow them to tell you the work that we're doing, and we tell you what we are doing in cabinet. Because what we do is not secret. We're doing it because we've been asked to do this by the people of Jamaica. And we take that role very, very seriously.
Right, folks. She said that the Honorable Minister said that misinformation, disinformation, fancy words for lies. And she also said that we come with the receipts and we're going to be doing this and we're going to be dispelling that and all of this. And she said that's why we open up the ministers here so that, there is no secrecy. People can ask and they can get the information, and you shouldn't listen to certain people. You shouldn't cater to certain people for information. All right. What we have asked her to do, and she hasn't done so far, is we have asked her openly to come around here and engage us, because we would like to know the truth. We don't want to
We do not want to be involved in misinformation, disinformation, lies. That's not our goal. We don't thrive on that. We thrive on providing facts to our students, our people. That's what we do. And what we're going to be doing today, we're going to be bringing some receipts. We're going to be bringing some receipts to the table. And by the way, I know they're watching. Oh, by the way, big up the consulate in New York. We don't know watch. We not cringe now. We don't know watch, you know. The embassy, big up on yourself. We don't watch. Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. No, no watch. Because when they come around here to learn, you know, because we teach them about our own manuals and things of that nature. Because when they don't know it. When they write these things and put them on the shelves. But what we have done is we've taken them off the shelves, dusted them off, and we've gone through them with a fine-tooth comb. And so we can school you about the documents that you have created simply because you're lazy. And as my father said, you don't care. You know, you don't care. Part of that is because we allowed you to be don't care. You know, we allowed you to carry on as with business as usual without holding you accountable. Those days are behind us all. And so what we want to do now is we want to show you what the Prime Minister, in the same vein as Minister Dean Morris Dixon, talking about, you know, the misinformation, disinformation, lies that you have to be careful where you get your information from. When you come around here, we'll tell you, of course, scrutinize us. Be careful where you get your information from. But once you've gotten the information and you have verified it, end the story.
The rest is up to you.
End the story. Please, Professor, I connect them with this one. Yeah.
Those people, and I'm saying it here, who are vested in telling you lies to mislead you. For what reason? I don't know. Maybe they want the country to descend in chaos. They don't like to see law and order. I'm saying to you, be careful of the information that you consume. Information is like food. If you consume bad food, it will make your body unhealthy. If you consume bad information, it will make your mind unhealthy. Why would somebody come on social media, make a post and say something that the government never said? And some people believe it. I urge all of you to think before you consume the lies that people are telling you. It will only lead you to make bad decisions.
Yeah, folks, that's the Prime Minister saying if you're getting bad information is like eating bad food. It will affect your constitution. And we don't want that to happen.
Not at all.
No. What we're going to do now, so we played you a video from Minister Dana Morris Dixon, and we've played you one from the Prime Minister. We're going to play you a third, and this one is from the Prime Minister. Now, the beauty about this video, big up yourself, producer Joan. The beauty about this video is that you could use this to address so many points because of the contradictions in there. And when I say contradictions, the things that he's saying or things that he said in that video, and then you compare them to things that he said elsewhere. And you see that he needs a team around him, like the team that we have, where you can filter out, you know, all of those kinds of things. We're talking about people with skills. Our team. We're not talking about people who they just hang on and them have and nothing against people having degrees, but we know that we have a lot of people who are educated fools. And a lot of them are in the Jamaican government. They're all over the place. But since we're talking about Jamaica, let's just stick to that. No, I want you to listen carefully to this video. And at some point, I think I'm going to ask the professor to pause so that he and I can have a little conversation about some of the things being said. Now, when this video is finished, we're going to show you some documents. And we're going to show you how devious this Prime Minister is. You are going to see for yourself. And I hope Minister Dana Morris Dixon is watching, because this is our contribution to the production. What should call it? Receipts. This is our contribution to the production of receipts. Please, Professor.
Who created the bureaucracy cannot be the people to fix the bureaucracy. It has to be a new generation of thinkers. We went through a period in Jamaica's history where all we were taught is that politicians are corrupt, systems are weak, and therefore we have to layer on a very thick bureaucracy. Today, we pay the price for a dense bureaucracy. There is a conflict between process and outcome, natural tension, and it is at the heart of the issue. No one wants to undermine systems. Corruption is a serious threat to growth, social order, and social equity. But bureaucracy, if it is not smart, if it is not agile, will create the conditions under which corruption will thrive.
No, he's talking about bureaucracy and efficiency. I don't know how many of you remember that in 2016, this Prime Minister started talking about the same thing. As Prime Minister, started talking about this. He said we have to be agile, we have to cut through the red tape. We have to be efficient, we have to be effective. He used all the right terminologies.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened last year, he introduced us to a monumental failure. A lady who occupied the seat of ambassador, the Jamaican ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Audrey Marks. He introduced us to her as the Minister of Efficiency, their Jamaican version of Doge.
Right.
From 2016, he's been talking about efficiency, and he couldn't find the right person to engineer this efficiency initiative until 2025.
It took 9 years to find the right person.
I want you to remember that. I want you to remember that, because guess what? Jamaica is still inefficient. And go ahead, sir.
That's just because she just got into the position.
She's not a neophyte to politics. She was ambassador here, appointed. She was this last stint is her second stint. She put herself in the position to become an MP. Well, no, then they appointed her to the Senate, and then she ran in the election, and she won the seat. So,
and I'm still not sure how that happened.
So what happened is I don't make any accommodations in terms of feeling sorry for her and say, well, she just started. She's been around. And now she has this position. And if you recall, people, where did she end up the other day? She was in the Baltics. I think it might have been Estonia or Latvia, one of those places, saying that she's up there trying to figure out how to make Jamaica the government more effective. When all she had to do was sit at her desk and go to the UN website, because they have lots of courses, lots of paper on how to make government efficient. People, your money is not being spent wisely. Please continue, sir.
I've said this before, I'll say it again. Corruption and inefficiency are the two different sides of the same coin.
Stop it there, Poopa. You what the Prime Minister said. The Prime Minister said corruption and inefficiency are, go back, play it for me now. Two sides of the same coin. But play it so people can hear that section. Just that little section.
People who created the bureaucracy cannot be the people to fix the bureaucracy. It has to be
Go back to the beginning.
If it is not agile, will create the conditions under which corruption will thrive. I've said this before, I'll say it again.
Listen.
Corruption and inefficiency are the two different sides of the same coin.
Stop it, Commissioner, please. Corruption and inefficiency are two sides of the same coin. I'm going to show you something now, people. I can't see it. Which camera there? Which camera me have for you?
This one.
Them can't see it? Okay.
You want me to give you a close up? Let me give you a close up.
Give me a close up. Give me a close up.
Let me give you a feature.
Feature. Now, you know, they have two sides, heads, tails, right? So this, where the camera there?
Too high. All right.
Right. This would be heads, right?
Right.
And it's not magic. And this
Tails.
would be tails.
Right.
So he said corruption and inefficiency, he said?
Yes.
Two sides. So
Same kind.
one is this side and the other is that side.
Mm-hmm.
I ask you a question. What is between the two sides of a coin?
The outside.
What is, and you mentioned this one, the circumference.
The circumference.
Right. It's this. He's telling you about this and that. He's not telling you about this. This is between it. I know what this is. This is the Jamaican government between inefficiency and corruption. Right in the middle. Right in that smart. He couldn't have said it better. He gave me that opening. He couldn't have said it better. Inefficiency, corruption, Jamaica government. Right in the middle, Mr. Prime Minister. So, I don't know if that is misinformation or disinformation or a lie. I don't know.
The question is what kind of information.
What kind
that's
of
where
information?
it rests.
This is it. And so when I'm telling you this or that, no, it's not just this or that. It's also this.
Yeah, the
This.
middle ground.
So let's continue.
Listen, there's no gray area, right?
No gray area.
Wherever there is corruption, there is inefficiency. And whenever there is inefficiency, there is corruption. It is.
So now I have to pause it to ask a question. Let's use today's example.
Mm-hmm.
You requested an ATI May
of last
2025.
Mm-hmm.
Your first response to said ATI is February 2026. Is that to say there's some inefficiency in that ministry in providing a response?
You know, it's more than inefficiency. I think it's a downright disgrace that you have a law that seeks to provide the Jamaican public, not just the Jamaican public, so it seeks to provide anyone, anywhere, from obtaining information from the Jamaican government. And the law says you must provide that information within 30 days with an allowance of an additional 30 days, a maximum of 60 days. And here it is more than 6 months after the 60 days. Because it's July. It went in May and they acknowledged receipt. And the first 30 days would have ended in June. Second 30 day period in July. So now you have August, September, October, November, December, January, and we're in February. More than 6 months after the extended period. So that's gross. If it's inefficiency, you have to put the word gross in front of it and say this is gross inefficiency.
So is the Prime Minister then confessing that within the ministries where we have corruption?
Yes. He is either directly or indirectly admitting that there is corruption in the government. And he would be lying. And the reason I say lying is because I was going to use the word disinformation or misinformation, but you heard what the minister said. The minister said those are fancy words for lies. The Prime Minister would be lying if he said there's no corruption. Or if he said that there is little corruption. Because, you know, we don't live in utopia. So you're going to have, it's not a perfect society.
Right.
We all have blemishes. So you're going to have some level of corruption. But if he says, oh,
we only have a little corruption, he'd be lying. He'd be lying. I mean, we can just roll off of our tongues the amount of corruption that has gone on in Jamaica and that is still going on in Jamaica. And you know what, people? If you don't believe us, just look at the corruption index. They didn't move Jamaica, although Jamaica should have moved. Jamaica's position should have been lowered. They kept Jamaica where Jamaica was the year before at 40. And remember what the index, what it means. Anything under 50, it's 1 to 100. Anything under 50 is very corrupt. Any country that scores under 50 means your country is very corrupt. And Jamaica has scored 40. So, play a little bit more before we jump on and finish with the disinformation, misinformation lies.
How? We have 5 hours worth of it. How can we finish today?
Well, yeah, you're right. You're
It's
right.
a fatal error to believe that layering on new pieces of laws and legislation and making them tighter and stronger, that is going to stop corruption. The lessons to be learned is that we must resolve the conflict between process and outcome. And how can this be resolved? Well, you know, if you think about it, the bureaucratic mindset seeks to protect process, protect jobs, protect friendships, don't disclose, conceal inefficiency, the squaddy mentality, the clique mentality as bureaucracy. A delivery mindset, the mindset to say, let me get things done, doesn't do that. I want to see things done. I want to see the objective attained. That's culture. There is very little that can be done to legislate.
I want to see things attained. Yes. Starlink.
Starlink,
Buses.
drill.
Drill.
They have a whole range of
We needed to get things done.
market me. We have a whole bunch of contracts, direct contracts, emergency contracts. We have a whole bunch of them, and that's how we get things done. Yes, that's how we get things done. That's how we become efficient. You know,
Okay.
you know what? Claim a little bit more because I really want to jump to the articles and show you how this man.
We have to get you thinking differently so that when you come into the public service, you come with an outcomes mindset. Avoid risk. That's the bureaucratic mindset. I am not going to do anything that is going to put my job at risk. So my boss tells me that if the I is not dotted, I'm sending it back. And the boss looks at the law and said they must bring they must submit their applications with everything correct. Well, my interpretation of correct means that every word must be spelled correctly. We need.
All right, so you say that, and then all of a sudden now you find problems with the wording of the Integrity Commission or the Commission. You have problems with that. But
The manifesto never have every word spelled correctly.
that's true. The manifesto never having every word spelled correctly. That is true. That is so true. But again, folks, I would like to show you something and show you that these people are playing games, but they're playing games with the wrong people. Because around here, we'll let you play your games, you know. And sometimes some of you said, oh no, but you tell them too much and things like that. No, we don't, because there are things that we haven't said. And there are things that we haven't said that we will never say. And there are things that we haven't said that we're waiting for the right moment. And there are things that we've said because they know. Right? And we need you to know. Let me show you another ATR from the same Ministry of Finance and the Public Service that they sent to me. Look at this. Big. All right. Look at this. Same thing with the same date. Go up again. All right, stop right here.
It was a wholesale response.
All right, look at this one right here. It says the Ministry of Finance and Public Service acknowledges receipt of your ATR request dated May 11, 2025. Right?
I never dropped my highlighter there.
Yeah. There it is right here. This is when they're responding. February 16, 2026. And look at when they said my inquiry was dated May 11, 2025. Again, people, they have 30 days to respond with an extension of another 30-day period. 60 days maximum. I should have had a response by July. Last year, just got a response. Look at this. In its 2016 manifesto, the JLP stated, we will introduce mandatory disclosure of integrity reports by the Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition, and the Minister of Finance. That's what they said. We will introduce mandatory disclosure. In addition, we will make it mandatory that the appointment to sensitive posts be approved by a 2/3 majority in each House of Parliament, thereby requiring consensus between the government and the opposition. That word consensus is a word that's largely lost in the engagement between the government and the opposition. The government has they have interest in consensus. They're just going to do what they have to do because they have the numbers in Parliament. And even now, I need to remind my brothers and sisters that we say, oh, the opposition has doubled the number of members in the House of Representatives. Frankly speaking, it means nothing, except where you need a 2/3 vote. But if it's just a simple majority, it means nothing. You have, because the way it works in Jamaica, the first party to cross the finish line, they run the whole show. And this is exactly what's going on right now. But here are the two questions I asked. Did the government of Jamaica remember what they said? We're going to introduce mandatory disclosure of integrity reports by the Minister of Finance. So that means that our former Minister of Finance, the world-renowned Dr. Nigel Clark, his statutory declaration should have been publicized as a summary, as they did and they do with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. That's one. Did the government do that? And number two, did the government make it mandatory for the appointments of the Chief Justice and Governor of the Bank of Jamaica to be approved by a 2/3 majority in each House of Parliament? Did they make it mandatory? For them to do that with the Chief Justice is going to require a 2/3 vote. They're right, because it has to do with the Constitution. Because the Chief Justice's position is as Isaac would say, is a creature of the Constitution. Right? Look at the sentence below. Kindly refer your request to the entity listed below. So what she's telling me is that we don't have the answer for that. So you're going to have to go to the Houses of Parliament information, Mrs. Colleen Law. That's not how it's supposed to be done. This is let's call it a training session as to how you handle ATI requests. She's not supposed to tell me, tell me to refer to this lady. She's supposed to send it and then tell me that she's forwarded to this lady. Miss Carleen Smith do better than that, man. And you're doing it for the financial secretary. So I don't want to have to go to her, and complain. But Miss Carleen Smith, you need to know that if you don't have the answer, but you know who has the answer, you're supposed to forward it to them.
But going to complain to the financial secretary, no, I don't see anything wrong with that. Because at that point, your representative, which is, in my estimation, you, sent me to go look for this somewhere else. Which, by law, you're not supposed to.
Correct.
It's a part of the same ATI law.
Correct.
So it's in this situation, the financial secretary and the representative of the financial secretary get beaten with the same stick.
That's true. That's absolutely correct. So here it is that we went to the speech. The first one we went to the speech made by the Prime Minister, and the second one we went to the manifesto, and we still can't get a comprehensive, honest answer. We can't get that. We get one that we don't know these terms, and this other one, oh, you need to go talk to this person over there. But we're having fun. We don't get frustrated by these things because we want to point them out to you. Oh, Professor, let's go to the documents now. And I think the first one is from Trinidad. So,
this one?
Yeah, from Trinidad. All right. Folks, you saw this coming. I know you saw this coming. Don't tell me that you didn't see this coming. All right. What we're about to do now, you saw it coming. This is we didn't even go to Jamaica for this one. We went to Trinidad and Jamaica for this. And it says massive salary hike for Jamaica's political directorate. So all of the people in the parliament, they're going to get a massive salary hike. All right. And you recall, this was a few years ago. And there it is right here. It says the political directorate has raked in huge salary increases with compensation to members of parliament and cabinet ministers surging past 200%. Members of the legislature sat and listened intently yesterday as Finance and the Public Service Minister Dr. Nigel Clark announced the massive salary hikes in a statement to the House of Representatives.
Again, this is something that we are familiar with. You know, it's not new news. It's what, over 1,000 days ago. You know, it's not new news. But just want to make sure that you remember this news.
Fourth paragraph. Cabinet ministers have received a 230% increase in salary up to April 1, 2024, with their pay moving from 6.9 million in 2021 to 22.9 next year. As of April 1st, 2023, cabinet ministers will take home an annual salary of 20.2 million. Keep going, sir. All right. This is a part I want you. This is a part we're going to spend time talking about. The Prime Minister's salary jumps by 214%, with his pay moving from 9.1 million in 2021 to 28.6 million on April 1st, 2024. Effective April 1st, 2023, the head of government will get 25.3 million annually. Go to the next one. So we're clear on that they passed this thing and they said, yes, everybody's going to get a huge increase. Let's go to the second document. All right. May 2022, 2023. This is from Jamaica Information Service, JIS. Please go up. There's the Prime Minister. There it is. The Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, has declined his salary increase under the new public sector compensation regime. His salary will remain at its current level of 9.16 million. Remember what he was supposed to get, 25, 28 million. And he says, no. What's interesting is that Minister Nestor Morgan at the time said that you have to take the salary because there are people talking about whether they should or shouldn't. And he said, no. Once the law has been passed, you have to take your salary. The only way you can escape taking the salary is you'd have to resign. Look at what the Prime Minister did. He said, I have directed the transformation. By the way, how many of you ever heard of that unit? The transformation, big words, transformation implementation unit, to remove the Prime Minister's compensation from the new salary scale. The Prime Minister's compensation, therefore, will remain at its previous levels. To be clear, no retroactive payments will apply to the Prime Minister's pay. Remember those words. Next article. To be clear. Next article.
Okay.
There it is. Prime Minister Andrew Holness has declined his salary increase amid public backlash. He said, I don't want it. 9 million, that's where we stay. And by the way, I filed an ATI and they responded by saying that, yes, indeed, the Prime Minister is only making 9.1 million. Of course, he gets some perks. And the reason I asked the question was because someone had said, well, he's the Minister of Defense. He's the Office of the Prime Minister. He runs that. And there's another one. The Office of the Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, Prime Minister, all that. And I said, does he get 2 or 3 salaries? And the answer is no, he gets 1 salary. All right, let's go to the next article. All right. No, skip that. We missed we have the video.
All right. This is, yeah. So People, I've been having so much fun today as we put this together. We have fun every time we put the information together, you know. But
Here, man, attack all kind of lie about 20 odd million and 20. I hear man attack all kind of lie about 20 odd million and 28 million. Lie! Me not take no salary increase. So my salary is what it was before. And I tell you something, I feel like just get back to. Because he's a proud man, you know. I don't like people tell lie for me. Oh.
Go to the next.
Oh. Oh, I can't, Mr. Rattigan.
To the next one.
So, listen. Oh.
Hello, I'm Jovan Johnson. Information Minister Robert Morgan says Prime Minister Andrew Holness's decision to decline his 214% salary hike and keep his yearly $9 million pay is binding on all former and future heads of government. The figure is critical for former prime ministers in particular because their pension is tied to the salary of the current office holder. Billionaire businessman Michael...
Stop. You know what he said? Said the prime minister has decided. Remember now, this was the same minister who said you cannot not take this increase. No, you must take the increase. This is Minister Morgan. And then he came back and he said, oh, the prime minister decided that he's not going to take it because he went to this fancy schmancy component of the Ministry of Finance. And they said, no, we're not going to do it. And remember what he said a while ago. He said that the fact that he's not taking it, it is binding. It is binding on previous and future prime ministers. Right? It is binding on them. Do we have any more videotape for that?
No.
All right.
Not that one.
Let's go to this. Look at this, people. This is February 20th. Yesterday.
Oh.
Right? Prime Minister Holness accepts 28 million salary. Remember him saying, I'm a proud man, you know. My salary no move, you know. People out there talk all of them foolishness there. Right? My salary move. Slide up for me, please. All right, look at this. It says, the Office of the Prime Minister has announced that Dr. Andrew Holness will accept the full salary and emoluments, meaning perks, attached to the office. Look at this one. Retroactive. Remember him saying don't want no retroactive pay. He don't want the salary and don't want no retroactive nothing. Retroactive to September of last year. This means that the Prime Minister will now earn a salary of 28.5 million, up from his current salary of just over 9 million Jamaican dollars. According to the OPM, following careful review and internal consultations, as if they didn't have this when he refused, now they have a careful review and internal consultations. They didn't have it when he refused it. When was it? Last year or the year before. It was agreed that the Prime Minister should accept the compensation structure previously set for the post. See this? In 2023, Prime Minister declined to accept because of backlash against the salary increases granted to the political directorate. At the time, Dr. Holness noted another Prime Minister in the future or a new mandate may give an opportunity to reconsider the Prime Minister's salary. That's not what it said. That's not what was said. It said it is binding. The fact that he wasn't taking it, it's binding on previous prime ministers and future prime ministers, because you know the previous prime ministers, their salary is tied to the salary of the current prime minister, right? And he said, listen, I'm not moving from 9 million. So guess what? It is binding now. The people before me and the people that come after me, it's 9 million they're going to get. It is right there below. Parliament has since been advised to effect the change retroactive to September 2025. And OPM added that adjustments are to follow for the pensions of former prime ministers and their surviving spouses. Former prime ministers are paid a pension equal to the sitting head of government.
And the change will benefit former Prime Ministers P.J. Patterson, Bruce Golding, and Portia Simpson Miller. You can move that. Folks, you understand what's going on. Taxes are going to be levied. New taxes, as well as existing taxes, they're going to be levied on the Jamaican people who are not earning a livable wage.
Why do you say that, Mr. Rattigan?
Because the Prime Minister's salary is going up at a time when it should, if there's a time where it should stay at 9, it's now.
So hold on. Hold the most dangerous part of the code. If they're going to have said increase, then clearly there is money there to facilitate said increase already. So why do we need new taxes to be implemented?
Well, they said that they have to engage in some austerity measures. They have to, belt tightening measures. They have to save money, and one of the ways you save money is by taxing people because they get more money out of them. So now more, and see, people, I want you to understand this, when they tax a business, you think that business is going to sit back and just absorb all of that taxes and not pass it on to the consumer? You are going to pay. At the end of the day, it is you who will be suffering, not the businessmen. Because if they used to sell something for $1 and they raise the taxes and now they have to pay $1.50, rest assured they're going to sell you that goods for $1.75. They're going to sell you for $1.75. So they make the dollar that they would normally make, and we make 25 cents extra because the government is charging 50. And you will have to pay that.
Talk to the people directly, please.
Yeah, and we just sit down there and we just accept it. This is ridiculous, people. We need to get out in the streets and do what is, or conduct ourselves in a legal manner. Get your permit, go out and protest. Because otherwise, if you sit down and you take it, they say, okay, they're fine with it. And they could care less. They really don't give a damn about you. They don't. They don't. And this is a clear case of it. So, Minister Dana Morris-Dixon, we have the receipts. In fact, you have the receipts. You have the receipts. Because it's OPM that decided that after careful consideration that they're going to now make sure that the Prime Minister, him get money, and the money is going to go back to September, retroactive. So him getting the money going back to the, September of last year.
And that would be the other part of it too. So, is it the money that was saved from him not taking the increase that is going to be used to cover this increase now?
Well, put it this way.
Because if he wasn't getting it, then it's saved.
Right, that's one we are looking at it. But that money was budgeted for something else, right? When it's in the consolidated fund. So that's money that he didn't have, and they can't attribute that to him because he's not even paying taxes on it. So that money was budgeted for something else. Now, the budget will reflect the increase in his salary, and he won't pay taxes on 28 million going forward per year. But this is terrible. Jamaican people, like my father would have said, I feel the pangs of hell because there's no escape. No escape for sufferer, man. None.
Yeah.
None. And I can tell you because I hear the cries of the people on a daily basis. I hear them crying for help, and the help is not forthcoming. I wish I could help every single person in Jamaica because I really would. If I could, I would. But at the end of the day, some of the assistance that people are asking for, that's government's responsibility. And the government is not doing what it should be doing. So, just so you know, taxes are going up and the Prime Minister's salary
just went up.
Starting. And I start calculate from September of last year. So you get a nice little change for the Christmas. When never spend the money there, and the money there coming in handy to him now. And think about it, this man is one of the wealthiest politicians in the Caribbean. He don't really need the money. What they must tell you is that he had to take it because of a particular law. And then what he could have done, he could have said, you know what? I'm wealthy. So wealthy that I don't need this money. what I'm going to do is I'm going to establish a foundation. By the way, I have a foundation thing, but a foundation that take in money. He claims him help out people and all that. But he could have sent the money to that foundation. Maybe he will. I don't know. But he could have used that money. He could have walked away from it and just said, you know. So the question I have is, if he didn't take it back in 2023, right? He didn't take it back in 2023, 2024, whatever the time period was. Why no? Why is it now OPM had a careful discussion and conversation about it?
Is it possibly that the OPM has become more efficient?
OPM has become more efficient? OPM has more than 18 agencies assigned to it. And I tell you how efficient they are. They're so efficient that they have one inside here called NEPA. And NEPA was supposed to take care of the environment. And I said was because they're not doing it. And you recall that there was a spillage in the real core brick.
Yes.
From that company that they manufacture soft drinks, etc. And if you recall what happened, that NEPA and the DPP's office, like as two sets of stooges, they went back and forth, and then NEPA decided to give the company a break. And the DPP's office was saying, oh, we didn't get the documents in time so that we could decide whether we're going to prosecute that. It's just nonsense. Just not. Same thing happened, and talk about efficiency, going back to the first topic. Same thing happened when Grace McLean and Bernard from the Ministry of Education. Right. When the Ministry of Education was supposed to coordinate with the Ministry of Finance to institute surcharge action to collect 120 million plus.
Okay.
That they allowed or that they were involved to leave the ministry, going to a third party. And what happened? Same thing. Back and forth. The statute of limitation ran out. Well, similar. One of them, the statute ran out. The other one, the DPP didn't respond. They claimed that they didn't get something in time, whatever. Bottom line is that people got away scot-free. And the sufferers continued to suffer.
Mm-hmm.
That is it. So, you know, people, this is just unbelievable. Yeah, Cora. Yeah. Cora, big up yourself. Yes.
It's for truths.
We can laugh. All right. Let's go to the crime statistics. Let's deal with that issue. All right.
Because, you know, efficiency abounds. So.
Right. We've been hearing about this crime, this drop in the murder rate. In crime, but particularly the murder rate, because that's the one that we're mostly concerned with. Of course, we're concerned about rapes and robberies and all of that. But we pay most of our attention to murders. And we've been told that we have the lowest murder rate now last year, counting several decades maybe, right? And we said, okay, fine, we're going to be looking at the numbers. Now, when you want to examine the murder statistics, most of you are going to do it two ways. You're going to listen to the news and they tell you it is the lowest in decades. Or you're going to the website, the JCF's website, and you're going to go look. And generally speaking, what you see there will be a reflection of what you heard in the news. It's the same information they give them. The first point I want to make to you is this. The numbers change. the numbers change. Almost every year they change.
Okay.
If you look at the numbers that they give you at the end of the year, and you go back about 4 or 5 months into the new year, you'll see that the numbers, not much, you'll see some slight changes, but you will see a change. How many of you have ever done that? And for those of you who have done that, how many of you have ever said to yourself, why the change? Why? Why the change? If they say at the end of the year, this is it, then that's it. Why they give you the number and then a few months later they give you a change?
I'm thinking because it's an ongoing process. So since investigations are ongoing, as they are solved and we have answers, then that should adjust the numbers.
True. And they do tell you, when you go to the website, they do tell you that the numbers are subject to change. But how many people read the website and read that section? And how many newscasters tell the people that, hey, the murder rate is 1,200, but it's subject to change? Okay. They don't. They said, this is the number.
Yeah.
And based on that, people say, REGGAE or Rattigan, one of them. Now, what we did around here was we figured that there was something not right with the murder rate. When this government took over, the murder rate was, I think, 1,208. I'm subject to being fully corrected, but it was somewhere around there. And this government has been in power now for 10 years. And the murder rate has never equal or dipped below 1,208, the number that they inherited. Until last year, went down to 6 something, whatever the number is.
Work in progress.
Work in progress. How many of you, based on that number, I'm talking to you people living in Jamaica now, not the diaspora. How many of you living in Jamaica, based on the number of people reported as being murdered in Jamaica, will now say, we can sleep with our windows and our doors open, as promised by the Prime Minister? Because think about it, the murder rate was cut in like half from 2024 to 2025. So that's a reason to rejoice and celebrate. It's a reason to say, no, we think we're on the right track. One thing you must understand, though, is that what they've done is that problem, that murder rate, that problem of the murder rate, it occurred on their watch. It went up on their watch. And now they're saying it's plunging. So what you have to understand is that it's not something that they got, they inherited, and so they have made it better. They said, oh, that party before, they didn't do anything about it. We're doing something about it. We're cutting crime, blah, 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 blah. No, it's not like that. The problem increased on their watch. And so what they did, there's a decrease and they're claiming credit.
Because they're putting in the work.
Okay.
So the numbers went up because, let's look at it on the surface. Police officers' equipment have deteriorated over time.
Yeah.
And so the current administration took over at a point in time where there needed to be upgrades.
Yeah.
They haven't been able to do said upgrades. Correct?
They said they have done upgrade.
Well,
they said on the crime plan. Under the crime plan, they said that they have.
You know, every time I try to help out these people, them do something.
Plan Secure Jamaica.
Snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory.
Under Plan Secure Jamaica, that's what they said that they've done, right? So here's what happened now. What they didn't know was that we've been asking around. And the stats we're going to show you, no, the stats came not from the media, not from a friend, not from some anonymous source. The stats we're going to show you came from the government. From the government
under the same ATI act that they don't want to give us information any longer. Now we know why.
It's your fault.
Well, look, something has to give. Something has to give, because it doesn't do me any good to have this information and not share it with our people, to say, look, here's how the government, they're fudging the numbers. They're doing things with the numbers. Let's go to the website, their website.
Okay, let me grab that.
I think it's attached to the, no, I think it's attached to the thing, yeah.
Oh, I mean, the graph?
No, all right, go to the full website.
Right, that's why I was gonna pull this.
My apologies.
Because, and this was the one that we had used the other day. Resources, statistics.
We can go down. We'll see. All right, there we go. Keep going. Keep going. All right, here we are.
Let's share this.
All right, share it with them. Big it up, the umbrella. All right. I hope all of you can see this. Back in 1962, the year of our independence, 63 people were murdered. 63. Go to 1972, please. 72, 10 years later, 188 people murdered. More than double the number. Right? And go to 82. 405. We're climb. 92. 629. We're kind of slow down, but we're still climbing. 2002. Oops. 2045. Now go to 2012. 1102. Slight decrease. Now, look, 2015.
From 1045 to 1102.
Oh, a slight increase, sorry. 2012, 1102. Okay. Now look at 2015. 2015 was 1209. I thought I said 1208, but it's 1209. I believe it was 1208 and it went up by one. 1209. 2016 is when this government took over. And look, it went to 1355. 2017, it went to 1647. It's going up, people, on their watch. 2018, dipped, 1291. 2019, up again, 1340.
Kind of stayed still.
Yeah. 2020, 1334, slight dip. 2021, 1,479 people were murdered. Go to 7 for me, please. Look at 2022. Went from 1,400 to 1,500. Then 2023 dipped to 1,406. Then 2024 dipped to 1,147. And then now we're hearing it's like 2025, it's 600 and something, somewhere around there. It's below 1,000. And that is reason to celebrate. That is reason to celebrate the Prime Minister on his wonderful, not just him, but we have the medical doctor, Dr. Chang, and we have the athlete who knows nothing about national security issues. She's there. They're doing fabulously well. They're doing a great job. They brought
the numbers show.
They brought it down. It went up and they brought it down. It went up, stabilized, went up, went down, stabilized. Now it's down. People, that's all. What we just hear we say is satirical. I mean, a joke. We make fun of it. Because we could never be serious and say those things that we just, it would be said, we just said it in jest. Because what you have 3 incompetents. You have the Prime Minister, the Minister of National Security, and the Minister of State National Security.
They have no idea what they're doing. They come up with some plan that some consultant gave them about Plan Secure Jamaica, and they have no idea what it is about. If you don't believe me, catch them one-on-one and ask them to explain Plan Secure Jamaica to you, explain the implementation, explain the deficiencies, and explain going forward. They cannot. Ask them to explain the intelligence cycle, because they're saying that now investigations are being intelligence driven. Ask them, tell them, ask them, what is the cycle? What is the intelligence cycle? I mean, we tell them no, they're going to read it up no, but when them come, ask them, tell us how is it implemented in Jamaica? Listen, there's so many questions you can ask them when they start telling you about the cycle. And all of you need to read up on the cycle as well. But look at it, 1147, and last year, 600 and something. All right, Kev, go to the spreadsheet for me, please.
So doesn't that indicate efficiency?
What indicates efficiency?
Numbers going down.
If you create the problem and you are trying to solve the problem, then how that, I don't understand that. To me, what you need to do is go way below what you got it, where you inherited it. Because if you get it and it go up, and you get it here, and it up here, and you operate up here, then to me, that's not being successful. You need to come below this, and then we say, yes, you'll be, because remember now, when you campaign, what did you campaign on? You campaign on saying, crime rate is here, we're going to take it below. So when it go
you can't sleep with your windows and doors
exactly,
open.
Exactly. So here's what we did. You saw the chart on the police's website. You saw that. And that's where a lot of you would get your information or from the news. But there's another way you can get your information. And we figured it out. Now, all right, look at this. This is May 27, 2023. And they wrote to me, and I asked them about something called death investigations. I didn't ask them about murders. I didn't ask them about homicide. Death investigations. Want to know what that is? That is when they're claiming, we don't know how this person died. Yeah, we see him get 2 shots in the back of his head, but we don't know him, things happen, we don't know him dead. Him could have shoot himself, and we don't know, so we have to investigate.
Right.
Right? Or we see hands tied up behind him back, and him have 2 gunshots in the back of his head, and we don't know him dead, because it could be suicide. Him could have shoot himself and then put on the handcuffs. Or maybe him double jointed, and then could have just bring up him man and shoot himself and fling with the gun, and we can't find the gun. All of these things possible. How many of you knew that there was a category called death investigations? Because go back and look at the website. You will not see this category there. You will never see this category there. So
was that category there in the past?
No, but it exists within the statistical unit of the police. It exists, but those numbers, they will never provide you with those numbers. So what I did, I said, all right, you know what? Give me the number that you have in the death investigations category for each year beginning in 2016 to present. This was 2023. And then I said to them, please tell me how many people, please provide the number of death investigations you have completed for each year from 2016 to 2023, to present, 2023. And please advise if the completed death investigations since 2016 have been accounted for in the annual homicide statistics. Now, here's what I found out. In Jamaica, in America, when you say homicide, murder.
Correct.
In Jamaica, when you say homicide, murder is just one subset of homicide. It is not the defining category. So in Jamaica, if you said, give me the homicide rate, they're going to include suicide and death investigations and all of these things. So if you want the murder rate, you have to say, give me the murder rate, and then they just give you murder only. But if you say homicide, it's a whole range of categories.
Okay.
And that's why when you look on the website, you'll see murder, you won't say homicide. I learned this. I learned this from them. They took the time to explain to me, because one time I asked for homicide, and they came back and said, do you want homicide or do you want murder? Because they're different. All right. Look at the numbers now. Then I asked them, please provide the number of debt investigations that you have not completed for each year from 2016 to present. If you look, 2016, they said we had 96 people in there. Now remember, this is a category where they say, we don't know these people died. We don't know. Right. Yes, him tie up and we just don't know. Or we see him, or the guy who drove off a spur tree in the car and then
jump out and hang himself.
Yeah, that was supposed to be death investigation, but that was quickly changed to suicide. Right?
Right.
So,
because he failed the first time.
He failed the first time, indeed. So now we said, give us, look at the chart. Look at the chart. First box, top, it says, incidents originally reported as death investigations. In 2016, 96 people. Imagine that, 96 people. That they said, we don't know how these people died. They reclassified 47 of them. And they said they have ongoing 49. Right? That's 2016. Follow me. Follow the chart. 2017, 91. They reclassified 44 and they said we have 47 going on. Right? So if you look at it logically, it's 49 here, ongoing, and then you add what? Another 30, 32? No, more than that. 50, 52. No. 42. Yeah, it's 42. Right? So that's that. Then of that, they have 44 that they said they reclassified. We don't know where they reclassified them to, you know. They don't tell us. They just said they reclassified. So then we have 47. Look at 2018. Went up to 110. Then they reclassified 39. They were continuing the investigation of 71. Then it goes 2019, 67.
So on average, you have between, but on average, that's at 45 in those years between 2016 and 2019. On average, you mean 45 reclassification.
Right. But we don't know, because remember now, in 2016, they reclassified 47, 2017, 44, 2018, 39, 2019, 31. You add up all of that, 4, 8, 11, 1,200, but it's about more than at least less than 1,300. Less than 1,300 they reclassified, and you say, okay, where did you put these bodies? You reclassified them; they're dead bodies, but where did you put them?
Well,
you
they're
put them
no
in
longer murder.
No, they never said that. They just said we're investigating how they died, and so it's death investigations. So some of them have been reclassified as murder. We have to assume they can't be all suicide. They can't be all suicide. Look at 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. All right. So that is what they gave us back in 2023. And they said this answers your question 1, 2, and 4. Let me see what question 3 was. Question 3 was, look at question 3. Please tell us if the completed death investigations have been accounted for in the annual homicide, meaning murder. What you say? Them play games. Them say, homicide is not only murder. Homicide is a whole heap of things. So they caught me there. They caught me because I'm thinking homicide equals murder.
Right.
But they're saying, no. But they didn't answer. They said, we're not answering you. See that? The table above displays the answer to the question.
1, 2, and 4.
Right. Then they said, this data is not collated by the Statistics and Information Management Unit. So who's collating the information? Who? For this one, provide the number of suspected homicide autopsies that are outstanding. They said, we don't know.
Okay.
Look at this one here. The important. Figures are subject to change due to ongoing investigations.
Right.
All right.
As expected.
Keep going up, sir. You have a point you want to make? Whoa, stop it right there, sir. You have a point you want to make before we give the people the true story. You have something you want to make? Tell me the point.
Listen, all the help that I've tried to give so far, I've failed. I'm gonna hold on to this one.
All right, you have to go back and forth.
Yeah, man, we're going back and forth.
Go up, please. Now, folks, look at this. We got something here from the police for 2023 and 2024. keep going up. And then we found out that, wait a minute, they have a whole bunch of categories that we don't see on the website. Debt investigations. Go down, please. No, sorry, up, yeah. 2023, 119, and 2024, 172. Debt investigation. Go up and let's look at 2023, what they have. 2023, look at that number, people. Look, it's what it says, originally reported as debt investigation, 51.
So
go back and look at that. 119. How you go from 23 to 119?
Okay, so
even if you add up these, you don't come to 119. And they wouldn't add them up because you can't, because these have been
reclassified. That's reclassified.
Yeah, so you can't add that. But this is what you started with, 51, right? And you said you end up with 25. Right here.
Ongoing, yes.
Right. No, go up. So how you end up with 119 right there?
I got nothing.
Okay. Look at the debt investigation, people. Look, these are all the categories you will not see when you go to the website.
But wait. The numbers before.
Mm-hmm.
Are these death investigation numbers or are these homicide numbers?
Death investigation. See right also.
And it wasn't mistaken.
And look at the question I asked them. Please provide the number of death investigations that have not been completed for each year from 2016 to present. And that's it.
Okay, so these are your not completed
25
numbers.
25.
It started at the not completed, started at 51.
Yeah. And end up with 25.
Yeah, because 26 got reclassified.
All right, well, go up then. Explain to me then from 51 to 25, or you end up with 119.
These include completed.
These include completed.
Not reclassified.
Think about what you're saying now. Think about what you're saying.
I have to go write this down.
Because if it says not reclassified, right? If it says not reclassified, then the question is, then you're continuing with it. Right?
Right.
But go up and look. But they tell you right here that we're only continuing with 25.
Yeah, but these are the ones that are completed. So these are incomplete.
Yeah, this is the incomplete one.
Okay.
So incomplete is 25.
Make the hole a little bit deeper.
All right. So no, people, look at all of these categories that you will not see. Death investigation, right? You have homicide in there. You have body found. I don't know what that means, body found. Then you have decomposed body found. Then you have hospital mortality. Then you have skeleton remains found. That's on the death investigation category, you know.
So wait. What is the purpose of these subcategories on death investigation? Why do we have these subcategories?
Well, no, you asked me a question that I don't have the answer to. I don't know.
Because if it is going to be given in a report to us, then there's a report that is going to someone that this information is relevant to.
Correct.
Is it to justify, I don't know, overtime? Income increase, uniform, vehicle.
But those things are not happening. You know, I could understand if they say, well, we're using it then to force an increase in the budget for the JCF. Then you could say, okay, we could see it. But then when you have policemen who they don't assign them weapons and they live in inner city communities with dangerous, then you said, then where's the money going? Let me just roll on, because folks, if you think this is it, this is not it. We have another category we want to show you. So death investigation includes homicide, body found, decomposed body found, hospital mortality, that people did not hospital, skeleton remains found. Then you have undetermined death. Look at undetermined death. Inconclusive. Shouldn't that be in death investigation? And then you have unknown. Shouldn't that be in death investigation? But they call it undetermined death. And in that, Look at that. 13, 32, 45. 13, 15, 26.
Well,
Look at. So they got 13 to add these two.
wait,
32 and add these two.
Hold on.
They have inconclusive and unknown, and that's why you get undetermined in the column.
Yeah, the undetermined.
That's the total.
Right. So
Yeah.
the 13 plus 32 gives you 45.
Right.
So that's the same thing supposed to apply here?
Yeah, what they do to add this 26 and 17. But that
To give you
it's
what?
not 45.
To give you what?
It's not 45. But if you look at this, right? This is 32. 15 and 17, that's 32. Right? So 26 and this
but
number is supposed to be 45.
13 and 15 is not 26.
You come in this way.
Yeah.
Right. This coming this way is 45. And this is 17. So you say something wrong with the numbers already.
But these were efficiently provided.
Yes. By statisticians.
Efficiently.
Yes. By Jamaican statisticians in the JCF. So there you go.
I'm just going back to where we started with efficiency.
Yeah.
if we're not efficient, then...
And then look at the murder rate, right? So that's at 1405, 1146. Do me a favor. For 23 and 20, this is 23 and 24. Go back up to number 1405 and what? No, the other. So yeah, 1405 and 1405 and 1146. Go to the. Let me just compare. To the website. The website.
Oh.
1405 and 1146.
Which years?
22 and 23, I believe. 1405 and 1146.
These numbers?
Go to look, people. 2022 is 1516 and 2023 is 1406. Go back to the chart, please.
Close this, guys. I don't know why that is there.
2022, 2023. Go down. Sorry. 2023, 2024. All right, hold on. People, you say 1405 in 2023 and 1146 in 2024. Now go.
1406.
1147. The numbers went up.
Then find a couple more.
Okay. All right. That's reclassification, right? One. So where the rest of them then? All right. Undetermined. Look at murder, past murder. Then you get to self-defense. Right? Then you get to suicide. Death, self-defense is one category. Suicide is another category. Non-crime is another category. Death by misadventure is another category. And death by misadventure, here are the numbers. Accidental shooting, acts of God, drowning, electrocution, fall-related death, fire, motor vehicle accident. By the way, motor vehicle accident is only one person dead in Jamaica in 2023. In a motor vehicle accident. Poison food. Nobody died from poison food in 2023.
Because we don't have poison food in Jamaica. What are you talking about?
Okay. Then you have manslaughter. All right. So now, people, what we're going to do now? So there's a total, right?
I can't trust this total.
No, it's crisscross. It's other way and tic-tac-toe. Other way and come the side and go sideways and go left and down and in the middle and, you know.
Carry the tree and pick with the two.
Yeah, just come up with a number. Now, folks, if you think this is bad, Professor, please scroll up. No, sir. Sorry. All right. No. Look at now, people. This what we just that you're looking at. This includes 2025 number. We just got this.
So
hold on. Go back to decomposed body found. Go back up to the category before that. Decomposed body found. Let me see.
Decomposed
Body found.
Here
you have hospital mortality. Below it, right?
Yes.
Go up now.
5, 24, 29.
Go.
Cool.
Hospital mortality. Tell me if you see hospital mortality upon this charter. Them rub it out, people. Stop right here, Kevin.
So
see,
what
right
is
so.
line? What is line here?
And watch, and you see numbers over here, so.
$22, 23, 4, 5. 23 had 5. 24 had
18.
18.
But I'm not 18 it's over here, so. To 24.
I'm so confused.
Go up, man. You get, but people, you see what happened? Them rub out that category. That category is not there. Hospital mortality is not. So we don't even know what's going on. Look at undetermined death.
So wait. What happened to the numbers for the decomposed body? Them stop decomposed?
Look at that. Go up again and show the people. Go up and show the people decomposed body.
Adam last.
Go up again. Decomposed body 2458 number 82. And 82 bodies just missing. Nothing.
Oh, I know what it is. Decomposition has ended.
Okay, decomposition. The composition, I mean, like you are right, and you said the composition has ended. The composition has ended. But people, you see, they are tampering with the numbers and the categories. I hope you're watching this thing, you know, people. The numbers are different, and then them take out certain categories. All right, look at just pick one. Look at skeleton remains found. The one below that.
Okay.
All right. Go up on it to see because anything. Go up. Skeleton remains found.
There.
Right, 11 3 14.
So 11 23 11 3 24. 23. Skeletal
2
remains
2.
So
on 1.
Because
people,
you know, we have an abundance of dogs in Jamaica. Dogs eat bones. Skeleton remains found.
We have alligators too.
Dogs eat bones.
We have our crocodiles. We have them. People, you cannot believe this. I'm going to show you something. Look at below suicide. That category is them white it out, you know. Kevin, I'm sorry we can't show the contrast, so we can see them white it out. Them white it out. You can see the note.
Yeah,
you can see
the gray areas. Yeah.
Them take the white out and white out the numbers. Look at below sudden death. This is what them white out this. You can see that. The 2 categories below sudden death.
Clearly because there are numbers over here.
Yeah. They white it out.
But we can't match back these numbers to figure out which category it is now, because we know that these numbers don't correspond with the other list numbers.
All right, keep going up. Keep going up. All right. Look at manslaughter now. You can't see the numbers. Look, this is the numbers in white out. You see, if you people in the most can't see that.
The totals.
The totals gone for manslaughter.
Under manslaughter.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be the totals.
And wherever you see a category and the line is not straight through, like look below sudden death. If you look below sudden death, you see where the line it's broken. You can't see that. It's where them do the white out. It's where them do the white out and white out the numbers. Look at fatal shootings done also below that. See them white out some things down there. See that? Them white out some stuff.
Yeah.
Go up and let me show you something else.
Because even the totals in this line right here are non-existent.
Go all right. Let me see now. Take homicide. Take homicide.
Okay.
All right. We have 18 and 9.
18 and 9. 23, 24.
All right, go there. Homicide. $18 and 13. So something gone from out of 13.
How many reclassified did we have 2024? Oh, we don't have 2024, sorry.
And what happened is that, and what happened, folks, is see when you add the numbers and you say, okay, give them a benefit of the doubt, they reclassify them and put them somewhere else, the numbers don't add up. Go up again, Kevin. Let me show them something. Go to the last one. All right. Stop right there. There is there's one that I look at. Go up a little bit. No, up. All right, stop. All right, look at debt investigation, right? Which one are
What are the right numbers?
110 and 103. Go up top, please. 110 and 103. Look at that. Look at that. 172, 103, from 172 to 103. Where them bodies there?
Between the time of this report and the other report, investigation closed.
No. Hold on a second. Go up. Stop right there. 2024 debt investigation had 172 bodies in there. Go down now.
Right.
2024 it had 103.
Right.
69 bodies missing.
Investigation done.
No. The investigation was done back in 2023. It was done in 23, and then it's finished in 2024 because we're in 2025. Make it even better for you then. Go to 20. What we have? We have
True believer asked, how is homicide different from murder?
Go to 2023. Go to 2023. I think.
That investigation 2023, the 110?
Yeah, go up top.
Okay. 119.
119. So go down now. And it's 110. 9 bodies missing. And when you add up, if you say, okay, they reclassify the 9 bodies and you add up all of the classifications, the numbers don't add up.
110, 123, 119, yeah.
And then why is it that you're going white out numbers and white out? All of these numbers here white out, this category completely gone.
Yeah.
And then some of the categories gone, but you have numbers. And decomposed bodies, 0 inside there, nothing.
They've done decomposition. They're not skeletons.
Then some of the categories, they don't have some of the categories. In this one, this chart you're looking at, folks, this is the latest chart from the JCF. You see the 2025 numbers.
Right, because we're in 2026.
Yeah, they sent this to me about 2 weeks ago. No wonder they didn't want to give the charts to me, because the charts have been sitting there.
Which number is?
Go below suicide.
This number. What number that?
Go up. That's suicide. What's that? 2023? Is that 2023? Yeah, suicide 66. 2023. Keep going. That number is the same. Yeah, it's the same.
It's a 6. It's not a 5.
It's the same. It's the same.
I just want to know what number it was, because it
go to the next one.
It looked funky,
Go to which one is it? The 2023.
3 and 4.
3 and 4. Go to 4. Go up again. So we have 63, 67. Where is it?
Wait, which category? Oh, here. Suicide.
66, 67.
This one remains the same.
Right. So why is it that these can remain the same and then the others can't remain the same? And then some of the categories gone. Look at motor vehicle. Go down. Go to the chart below. Motor vehicle is 1 and 10. 1 and 10. Okay. No, it's gone. We don't see it there.
Motor vehicle.
Oh, there it is.
Here it is.
So we have 1 and 10.
And 3 and 11.
So what happened to the 10 now moved to 2 or 3?
No, man. It's 23 and 24. Motor vehicle. So 3 and 11, which was 1 and 10.
Now, I have a question to ask you, my Jamaican people living in Jamaica. Do you believe that is only 3 people died in a motor vehicle accident?
Somebody put it in here. Somebody said, with all the people that were dying from motorcycle accidents and all the other accidents, that's not possible.
Mm-hmm.
But we see it almost every day. We tune into to news out of Jamaica. There's a fatal car accident.
Hold on there. Okay.
Wait, I never said that.
Yeah, so This is what's going on here, people. Now, look, hate me or love me, you can't ignore these are so-called facts provided to me. I didn't make these up. I can give you the originals. I can give you the originals. I can show you how they came to me. They came to me by email. I can show you all of this.
So to the question of what's the difference between murder and homicide, it depends on where you ask the question. Because in the US, it's falling under the same category. In Jamaica, it's differentiated for some reason. I don't know which reason that is. I'd love to have a chat with someone that either puts together the statistics or people them that doing the investigation to know where to categorize their investigation. But I don't know if I'll ever be able to have such a discussion with anybody from the JCF. You're a man of many contacts.
Mm-hmm.
Can you arrange such a conversation?
The conversation is not gonna go anywhere, Kevin, because I'll tell you why. Because the numbers, at the end of the day, the numbers won't add up. They won't add up.
Then we're supposed to can get clarification on the numbers.
There will be no clarification. I'll tell you why there'll be no clarification. At least two reasons. One is underreporting. Underreporting by the police. And the second one is underreporting by the citizens. And I can add a third reason. Third reason is that the numbers are not accurately tabulated for obvious reasons. Obvious reasons. How many of you knew that these categories existed? Be honest with me. How many of you knew that these categories existed? And here's an even tougher question. How many of you knew that we had previous stats using some of these categories, and the stats then and now, they don't add up? They don't add up. They don't add up. So one can screenshot this, and what one can do, one can ask the police, those of you who are still in disbelief. I understand. I understand if you're in disbelief. Go and tell the police, tell them, write to the brass. Write to the brass. And by the way, notice I said brass, B-R-A-S-S, not brass minus the B. Right. Write to them and say to them, Rattigan put this on his program and say him get it from UNO. Explain to us how the numbers are different and how the categories, some of the categories are not even there. And third, explain to us why UNO white out the numbers them and white out categories.
Julian, so transparency equal white out.
Big up yourself, Julian.
It's like translucency.
Transparency. So, folks, I don't know how this one is going to sit. How, if you are a supporter of the JCF and you believe that crime is going down, I don't know how you're going to swallow this one. Because the numbers do not account for the story that they're trying to plant in our heads. And Minister Dana Morris-Dixon, here's a receipt. We have 3 receipts here. I want you to take these receipts into consideration when you come out with your nonsensical statements. As if only the facts only reside with you. The facts are the facts. You know what they say? You have a right to an opinion, but you don't have a right to the facts. The facts are the facts, but you have a right to your opinion. But I want you, Minister Dana Morris-Dixon, to come and tell me that everything I've shown here is either false or come and explain. Explain why you white out numbers and white out categories.
Answer to the question.
Which one? Unique, right?
Unique said the reason why Jamaican homicide is different from murder, the murders are from the ghetto. Homicide is them in the country, and pure intelligent people give the statistics. So it depends on where you live.
Yeah, so here it is. You know, I don't want to spend too much time on beat a dead horse, but Kevin, slowly go up so that them can screenshot this, and so when them have them conversations with each other, them can, you know, the disbelievers.
Pick up this.
Yeah.
Because we figured out what this was. It's 2 6s, and that 5s turn to 6s or anything like that. The amount of time I look at
should we add another 900 police killings to the existing 600 plus 2025 body count? That's another thing. They don't tell us if the police shootings, they put it in a separate category. It's not put into this category, into homicide and murder. It's not put there.
But it have 0.
Go again. Go again. No, they have something, man. Go. Right at the bottom. There it is. JCF, fatal shootings. See it right there, sir? Them say 304 in 2025, 177, 136, right? That's what them claim. But yet still, over here, so Kevin, you say category, you say something gone, right? So, and right, that's gone, and right, no, that's gone. And the why people, I wish we could do the contrast. We could make it even more pronounced. Yeah. Because then you would see where they actually white out the categories and white out the numbers. And I don't know what them people are think. And then them photocopy it now and then send it to me and thinks of me now go see it. Stevie Wonder could have said this. But look on this.
I don't know if they realize photocopying something that you white out kind of enhance it, you know.
As right here, below manslaughter, people. If you look below manslaughter, you can see how enhanced it is. And believe me, there is more, but it's clear right below manslaughter. The box exactly below manslaughter. Look at that box. Them white it out the category all the way go across.
I'm not even draw the line all the way, you know. Them was white out the sections and the numbers.
Right. Decomposition went to skeleton.
Yeah. I'm not telling you.
Well, go Parliament say they have skeleton, and how many people have in skeleton?
Keep the skeleton remains.
Yeah. That's another number. Go up. Go up the number before. Go up. There it is. 3, 11 and 3. So what to the extra bodies then? Where did they put those extra bodies?
I tell you what go on with the bone thing. Dogs eat bones.
Yeah, man.
What have enough dog?
Alright. Big up yourself, Missy. I love the education style. Teaching is a beautiful thing. And this style is wonderful. People are using their Saturdays to listen. They're realizing that there are so many questions to ask, but sometimes people don't even know what they don't know. The statistics are crazy. Keep it up. You know, when I was in New York over at the intelligence unit, one of the things we used to say is that you need to find out, if you have a subject matter, you need to find out what you know about the subject matter. But you also need to know what you don't know. Many people say you don't know. No, you do know what you don't know. Because when you put that thing up, you can see the gaps.
Right.
And then you can say, well, we don't know this. And we know we don't know it because we don't have the numbers, we don't have the answers, we don't have the sources, we don't have this, we don't have that. So you know what you don't know. But
you have some people that don't know that they don't know.
They don't know that they don't know. Indeed. So we don't want to beat the house because I can't believe time fly already, you know, Kevin.
Cha-cha.
We have to leave time for the diaspora, you know. You did the thing. You might do the thing, the church thing.
Oh, right.
Do that. Not take a break. Do that. I'll be right back.
Yes. So I need to inform y'all of. And it's not here. It is on. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to quickly grab an item here because I want to a couple of things, and some of you might have heard me mention it. Again, coming up this week, as we'll take a quick break. Coming up this week is the night shift with DJ Kevin Stew happens on Tuesday, which means it's Healthy Love Night. Right? So on Healthy Love Night, we're gonna be, we really stop it. On Healthy Love Night, we get into things relating to us health-wise. And let me change this camera here and not show you an empty chair. Oh, here we go. That looks odd. All right, we'll fix that in a minute. All right, so I need to share this video with you guys really quickly. I myself need to take a break, as I usually do. That's another thing too. We're trying to get Will to take regular breaks. Remember, we had started having him try to do that before, and that's what we're getting back to. No, because it's important. It's important for all of our health that we do these things. We get up, we walk. Let's up, Megawatt. Much love. Yes. Oh, Megawatt, you didn't know that I have a Waterhouse background? No pun intended. I do have a Waterhouse background. My grandparents lived in Waterhouse. My father grew up in Waterhouse. And as a matter of fact, as I've said it before, one of the literal very first lawns that King Tubby's played on was my grandmother's lawn, my grandmother's front lawn, literally. And so I do have a Waterhouse background, just to put it out there. Yes, Andrea, I very much am. So I'm in another part of the East Coast. But for those of you who can make it, I'd like to share this with you all. Those of you who know people in South Florida, and they can make it on your behalf. And I'm working on finalizing pay-per-view for this event. So those of you who cannot make it, that live outside of South Florida, trying to make sure that you can virtually make the concert. So everybody.
First Baptist Church of Sunrise, Florida presents Spring Gospel Concert on Saturday, April 4, 2026 at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, featuring Dr. Glacia Robinson, Evangelist Bridget Blurcher, Minister Leroy Smith, and Second Chance. Concert will be at First Baptist Church of Sunrise, 6401 Sunset Strip, Florida 33313. Admission $50. Tickets available at the church office. MC Bishop John Wayne Manning of Omega Radio Station and Church. Jesus is alive. See you there.
He's alive. He's alive. April 3rd and Saturday, April 10th.
Now, it doesn't make sense I play that and y'all can't see it. So, let me quickly get this also. Now, a lot of people, when Rattigan started doing his broadcast, mistook him for someone else. There is a someone else. Let me remove this. The someone else hails out of the UK. And so he'll be in the US come the weekend, this very same weekend of the concert. So the April 4, but this is April 3rd and 4th. So if some of you might be interested in going to this event here in New York, because you hail from that area, here's the event I'm talking about.
Friday, April 3rd and Saturday, April 4th. All roads lead to Crown Hill Theater in Brooklyn. Foundation meets the future with Rory Stone Love and David Rattigan.
Good morning, sound boy. Long time Stone Love reach ya.
Well, this is none of the dance. The legend of the David Brooklyn.
God of mercy. Them just make on mercy.
Blessings, masses, I Rory Stone Love. Here to let you know it's all about April the 3rd and the 4th. See? That's right, 2 nights only where you can see David Rattigan and Rory Stone Love. See?
Make sure you're there at the Crown Hill Theatre, Nostrand Avenue in Brooklyn.
Tickets available at the Crown Hill Theater box office or log on to crownhilltheater.com and get your tickets today. Foundation meets the future. Rory Stone Love, David Rattigan. You cannot miss this event.
Lock them up. Ready, people, lock them up.
So there you have it. 2 events happening the weekend of the 3rd. One in New York, one in South Florida. So you have the Spring Gospel Concert, which is a big fundraiser for First Baptist Church of Sunrise. And I'll be at that event. I play drums for this church. What do you mean, Megawatt? Which joke me tell now? Sovereign, my king. Audition for the gospel concert. Well, here's the thing. You can make the gospel concert for next year by showing up this year. See how that works? So come visit First Baptist Church of Sunrise, and that way, now can foster a relationship and you can be on the concert for next year. See how that work? It's simple. And so there's that. And those of you that are in New York want to do the vintage meet nowadays, Rory Rattigan, not Rattigan.
Rattigan.
David Rattigan.
Yes, indeed.
Not Will Rattigan. Yeah, I'm a big selector and thing, but it's not the one that is going to be in New York with Rory. So don't get it twisted, don't mix it up. Just show up and do the thing. Yeah, support. And again, I'll let you know how the pay-per-view thing will work out with the Spring Gospel Concert at First Baptist Church of Sunrise. One more thing as it relates to this broadcast, those of you, and I forgot to say it earlier, it's something that we need to constantly be reminding those who are coming to view. When you're live and the commercials come on, there's a little red dot on your screen that says live, where the words live are. So those of you on your personal devices, you might want to tap your screen and see if you have a little gray dot or a red dot with the word live. If it is a gray dot, just tap on the word live and it will advance it so that you're live. If you're on computer, move the mouse over the screen, it shows up, you click on it, boom, you're live. Just so that y'all stay informed and you're right there with us as we present information. The provost is back with us, so I can go ahead and share my spotlight, because my boss is like that. I can come off foreign and say, me have the spotlight.
All right. We're on. We're back.
Yes, man. You're back.
All right, folks. Yeah.
I need to take my break. I'm trying to let people understand that it's something that we're trying to get you to do a lot more often.
Yeah.
For health reasons. And we all need to maintain that. Those of us who work sedentary jobs, it's important that you get up and stretch. And this is your PSA moment. Get up and stretch. It does a few things. It refreshes the eyes, it refreshes the mind, but also it contributes to better circulation. And so it prevents dis-ease. And we encourage that. If you don't believe me, ask Dr. Ben. Because it's DJ before my name and not DR. So you might not believe me. So, but fret not.
You know, we had a few things that we wanted to talk about. And we added some things. And it's just every week it's the same thing. We have more things to talk about because Jamaica is content rich. And I'm getting text messages from people saying, when are you going to speak about the school bus, right? People are asking the question. Inquiring minds want to know.
Look here.
Oh yeah, we have it set up. Right. You can play that. Give them a promo. You can't have it in there. All right. People asking us about the bus. Of course, we're going to talk about the school buses. But one of the things that I'd like to talk about before the school bus, I think we should leave the school bus for last. What do you think?
We can, but it is just as engaging as the diaspora thing. So I don't know how you work it out.
All right, because what happened is that the diaspora thing is we went to court twice this week, and want to talk to you about it, and also just to let you know that surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, the government of Jamaica showed up both occasions.
I'm still confused.
The government of Jamaica showed up both occasions. I saw them. Saw my eyes. Saw the person with my eyes. And saw the vehicle.
And when you say the government of Jamaica showed up, what do you mean?
They have someone assigned to the consulate. And my understanding is that the person is assigned to something like the diaspora unit or something to that effect. But the person showed up 2 days this week. Both days I was there, the person showed. And I'm saying, well, wait a minute. How's the government here when the government has said that the Global Jamaica Diaspora Unit is not an arm of the government? And in the election manual, it says that the committee, the election committee, electoral committee, is an independent body, and they are responsible for running the election. I don't understand that. By the way, the election period ended last night, and we have some news concerning there are some developments. But I don't know if we want to go and do Minister Vaz and the buses, or we want to do they're both interesting topics. They're both interesting topics. And by the way, for those of you beating up Minister Vaz because of the buses, come on, man. Do better than that. Beat up him and the cabinet, not just him. Not just him alone. The cabinet approved it. The cabinet approved it. So why we beat up just him alone? We'll leave out some other players.
Clearly we need some new furniture.
Yeah, the whole cabinet, they approved it. And all we know that he said, so at least the first time, he said it was approved by cabinet. And if 1.4 billion was approved by the cabinet, then this one I know, we want 100 school buses. This one would have been approved by the cabinet as well. So we need to beat up all of them, man. Not just him. Of course, he's a point person, but he's not the only person. So, and then we have the UHWI scandal. That one there, that one to take the cake. The one at UHWI. So,
good conversation with the representative from
the board member. The board member is watching now. Is watching. Board member said, and he maintained his position. We're doing this to save lives. Almost a board member. He said that, and then when he said, "Yeah, well, how are you doing it?" And like his response essentially was, "Me not care. We are saving lives. I don't care how you perceive it. Whether you think it's corruption or whatever you think it is, we are saving lives, and that justifies the ends justify the means." So there you have it. I don't even know which one. What you want to do?
Well, we
Old
have
bus.
old bus plus new bus equals.
What's the latest on the Buchanan and Prime Minister case? It was that case, for all of you interested in the Buchanan case, that case it's on hold because the Attorney General's office asked for more time to get some more information to prepare themselves adequately. That's what they were saying, that they weren't prepared, and so they needed some more time. So it's on hold. The judge basically granted them some time to get themselves in order. So that's where we are. All right, what else do I have?
So this
if we're on the vase, then you might have to pull down all of the vase stuff. All right. Pull down my tool. We could just start with that.
John, you want to do first?
And no, one of them is fine, because I think both of them worked. Just pull on two of them.
Yeah.
And we'll leave the diaspora thing.
We'll do you first. Just like that. And then we drive off. Not stop at all.
Yeah.
Which is people are not seeing it. You are.
Oh, okay.
But it's important for people to be reminded of that, because that don't make no sense to me. As Will is taking you guys through this, I'm going to take a quick break.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you want to start with that?
Yeah, we can start with that.
All right, so let me go ahead and put Will to the stage first and foremost. And people, you feel like the studio huge, Well, the studio might huge, but we're huge too. We're large and in charge. Yeah, we're large and in charge around here. So let it be known. This is, I don't know, some of you might remember this. Let me add it to the stage. Unless you wanted to introduce it differently.
No, I can add it on it.
All right, so catch this, people.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back again. And this time, we're not going to drive the bus. We're just going to talk a little bit about the bus, because we've heard so many stories about... Good morning. I'm sitting in the back of the bus, but not the back of the class. In fact, I can teach this class, and this class is the Rural School Bus Program. And I'm going to use my bus, this bus, as an example as to how the question should be raised regarding this Rural School Bus Program. And we don't want to hear people come back and say we're bad man, because that's not an answer to the question as to whether or not the money was spent for the benefit of Jamaica, whether we receive value for money. Bad mind is not the answer to that question. Now let's start. We have one emergency exit here. By the way, this bus comes with 9 emergency exits. It's one right here. We have 3 window emergency exits on the right side, and we also have 3 on the left side, and we have 2 in the ceiling on the roof. So that's 9. 3, 6, 8, 9. Now this bus does not need refurbishing. Look at it. The seats are in perfect condition. The floor is in perfect condition. This bus is what should have been bought for Jamaica. But here is the problem we're having. This bus, or these buses, were declared by the US government to be unsafe. Unsafe for children riding 5 days a week because of the emissions. And also unsafe for the environment because of the pollution. And that's why the US government got rid of, are still in the process of getting rid of these buses. So the question is, if these buses bad for the environment and bad for the children, the occupants, then why are they not bad for Jamaica? Question for Mr. Vaz. And as we move forward to the front of this bus, again, you will see seats are in perfect condition, floor is in excellent condition. But let's start this bus now and see what's gonna happen. One crank, engine turned over. This bus, ladies and gentlemen, is in excellent working condition. Now let's talk about the price of this bus. But before we talk about the price, one of the things we're not going to do, we're not going to night the bus then. No, and in fact, we have a quarter, it's not an imperial quarter, it's a regular quarter, and we have like a flask here. This was made for another purpose, not to night buses and rub it. If you're sick, yeah, but to come out on night buses, no, we don't use this for that purpose. We have another purpose for that. Now, people complain and they say I'm a liar because there's no way you can get a bus for $1. Well, let me show you something. This is the title for bus 59. This is the Maryland title for bus 59. Take a good look at it. And we have redacted some identifiers because we don't want people.
People.
So, but the essentials are there. This is the title for this bus. Now, for those of you who said that you can't get a bus for $1, I said it, but I didn't provide you with the proof. And so it's a fair question, and it's probably a fair assessment that maybe I'm lying. Well, there's a proof. There it is right there. Ladies and gentlemen, $1.
$50 thing that, Kevin.
Bus 59.
People.
You can go on to the video, finish it up.
Yeah, man, we can finish it. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Yes.
2010 bus. Bus 59. $1, $1, $1, $1, $1. So the question is, how come I can get a bus for $1 and Minister Vaz get a bus like this for $80,000, inclusive of the expenses, but $80,000. $1. $1. And if I had made an inquiry last month, I would have had 8 of these buses on this lot for $8. $1 a bus. And the buses are in excellent working condition. The hoses are fine, the engine runs beautiful. I mean, no problems with this bus. So, we have a lot of questions to ask, and Minister Vaz has a lot of answers to provide. So what I'm going to ask you to do is tune in this Saturday to Reason with Rattigan. How we bad mind because we have brought this to the attention of the Jamaican people. The cabinet is responsible also. It's not just Mr. Vaz or Minister Vaz. The cabinet is also responsible for the purchase of these buses to take our children from the rural section of Jamaica to school. Now we have come up with plans that don't include these buses. They don't. But we won't talk about that today. What we want to talk about is value for money. Now Mr. Vaz says that the Jamaican public is getting value for money, the buses are in great condition. We know that not to be the case. It's not true. But what I want to talk to you about today is not the refurbishing, not the retrofitting, just the value of these buses. Now, as I mentioned to you last week, this bus cost, well, let me tell you what it didn't cost. It didn't cost 20,000 US dollars. It didn't cost 5,000 US dollars. It didn't cost 3,000 US dollars. It didn't cost 2,000 US dollars. You can actually purchase these buses at auction for less than $2,000, 2010 buses. And we're talking about Bluebird Thomas International. This bus, ladies and gentlemen, cost exactly this. One US dollar. Of this bus. And the gentlemen who purchased this bus, they were kind enough to give this bus to me to say, listen, we want you to take this bus to Jamaica and make a donation for a worthy cause. Not for the travel of children, not for the transporting children, but for a mobile clinic, a mobile library, a learning center. The doors have been retrofitted from the right-hand side to the left-hand side, which means the students will board the buses from the sidewalks and not from the road. And secondly, there was all sorts of noise and heat about the tires on the bus, and I gave the commitment that all buses will have brand new tires. So I ask you to please inspect the buses to satisfy yourself that, in fact, the commitment that was made by me has been fulfilled. So, the other thing that I'd like to say is that on the testing of the 122 routes, where we found that some of the buses that were allocated were not suitable for the routes for different reasons, we have actually changed some of the allocations and changed some of the orders for the buses to be able to specify the needs of the routes. So the bottom line is that that was the reason for the testing of the 122 routes.
All right. You know, it's an ongoing saga with these school buses. We knew that it was a bad idea in its conception. We knew it was a bad idea in its implementation. You didn't need to have a working knowledge of buses, these types of buses, Bluebird Thomas International. You didn't need to have a working knowledge, just by the sheer size of the buses. And if you had done a little bit of a Google search, a little research onto why the buses became available, you would have known that these buses, they were unsuitable for the Jamaican road, and there was no way that they would become suitable for the Jamaican road at any point in the future. It was just a bad investment. In fact, some people would argue that it wasn't an investment. It was something else. And when they make that argument, it's difficult for you to disagree. Because now I'm being told that a lot of the buses, they're in the garage. They're parked in lots. That's what I've been told. And the retrofitting, we knew that the retrofitting would be a problem because now you have the driver trying to focus on what's ahead, the sides, and what's going on inside the buses. And as a result, a student fell out of the bus. Could have been killed, but for the grace of God. Because you don't have a second adult in the bus to watch, to assist the driver and to help with the children. You don't have that. And the door is directly behind the driver. The driver cannot pay attention to everything that he should with the door behind him, with the steering wheel on the left, and where you drive on the left. It's just too much. And remember, we found out where some of those buses came from. Some of those buses came from Nevada. And we have a pretty good idea how much those buses cost. And we also found out about the person in Chicago who facilitated the purchase and transport of these buses, or at least some of them. And we found out about El Hydro, the lubricant company that suddenly got into the bus business. And we also found out that Minister Vaz, he took personal account of the matter. He said that his name is Darrell Vaz, and people focus, he knew that people would focus on him, so he took personal responsibility over these matters, and he made sure that he crossed all the T's and dot all the I's. When in truth and in fact, that's not his responsibility. He has a permanent secretary and he has a procurement officer. And we found out that the procurement officer left just around the time all of this, all hell broke loose.
Mm-hmm.
He got a new permanent secretary, and I don't even know if he has a new procurement officer. We found out all of these things. We did comparisons between the buses. We looked up the VIN numbers. We wrote ATIs to ask them to give us the information for the remaining buses, because we only found out about, I think, 26 or 28 buses. And don't forget what he said. Professor, just find me the thing when he's talking about the buses. No, not that one.
The number of them?
Yes.
100 safe, secure, and fit for purpose buses. 100 safe, secure, and fit for purpose. 100 safe, secure, and fit for purpose buses have been purchased as part of the planned rollout. It's actually 110. 100 will go into the system and 10 will be held back for contingency in order to make sure that we have buses to replace existing buses for whatever reason. 26 buses are in Jamaica. 14 additional buses arrived on Saturday.
All right, the 26 buses that are in Jamaica, those are the buses that we have an invoice for. And we have the invoice, and we went and we checked the VIN number. So we know the age we know the history of these buses. They're old buses. And the price that they put on the paper, on the invoice for those buses, I'm not saying that the numbers are inaccurate. All I'm saying is that they shouldn't have paid that much for those buses. Not when you consider that Rattigan have a bus for $1. They could have contacted me, and we could have worked something out with the school district. The school districts are actually giving these buses. We're giving these buses away, and I'm sure they're still giving these buses away, even though the program has ended. The federal government had a program whereby they would subsidize the replacement of these buses. So we know all there is to know about the 26 buses, but it wasn't only 26 buses that were supposed to arrive on the shores of Jamaica. It was 110. You think that me hear him say about the rest of them?
Of last week, 4 more are en route to Jamaica, and 18 more will be delivered on July 14th, and 28 each will be delivered on the 22nd of July, and the 30th, and the 29th of July. So, in essence, all 110 school buses will be here by the end of July.
All right. You hear that? All 110 buses will be in Jamaica before the end of July.
And that's 2025.
It's 2025. Do me a favor. Let's take a quick break. Just play. No, go. Play that second, but there's another one. There's another one with them. Keep going. Yeah, keep going now. That one. And then play the other one.
Purchase have at least 80%. Buses purchased have at least 80% of their mechanical life left and are fully functional. The buses which we use under the rural school bus system in Jamaica will have unparalleled protection for children and adult passengers alike. Additionally, it is important to note that the rural school bus program has a dedicated JUTC team that inspects the school buses purchased from America to ensure their safety, reliability, comfort, and annual maintenance cost. So let me just make that clear. We did not buy buses based on pictures. We sent a team from the JUTC along with the supplier to go and inspect and select the buses that we deemed and sought suitable for Jamaica.
I don't know what exactly it was that made them so suitable for Jamaica, but these were the ones that he acquired. But
and when I came to that ministry in 2020, people's memories are short, but that ministry was not known for the right things. And I was given the task, and with the help of P.S. Palmer, we have been there for 5 years, and the only thing that comes out of that ministry is good performance and good news. Could not be done by me alone, but the permanent secretary and the entire ministry team. So I look forward to the transition, smooth transition, and I'm making every effort to make sure that P.S. Palmer's wealth of knowledge and experience will be utilized in the transition with a permanent secretary who is going into office for the first time. So I start with that. So again, good morning to all Jamaicans, even those still living with the aftershocks of a very difficult period. Rebuilding homes, restoring livelihoods, and trying to return to some sense of normalcy after Hurricane Melissa. I want to begin by acknowledging the reality. Coming out of Cabinet meeting on Monday, the government's focus remained firmly on the people, our children who need safe, reliable transport to school, our communities that depend on connectivity to function, and families waiting for power to be fully restored so they can move forward. These are not abstract policy matters. These affect daily lives and opportunities. So today I'll give you an update as to where we are with restoration. And I will start with the Rural School Bus Program, and I'm pleased to report that the program continues to be operational, stable, and delivering good service. As of January 26, 82 rural school buses are available and fully deployed across dispatch locations island-wide. Operations commenced successfully at the start of 26 school term, with buses running on schedule and without disruption. In anticipation of increased demand, additional drivers were recruited and boarded, strengthening route coverage and reducing the risk of service gaps. This was a deliberate step to ensure continuity and reliability. On the matter of the cashless operations, the program is ready for full implementation of the student transportation card on February 1st. Again, I'm glad PS Troop is here, and Minister Dixon and Crawford and Morgan. I want to take the opportunity to encourage parents and students who have not yet signed up for their student transportation card to do so now, as the drivers will not be accepting cash, and it becomes effective February 1st. Again, you may visit JUTC or your Ministry of Education websites or social media pages for the link to complete the registration form. Unfortunately, from September, we have been offering free service as introductory, and then of course with Melissa, and now we are into a new year and it is unsustainable. So I want to make it very clear that come February 1st, if you do not have a student card and you have not topped up your student card to pay the subsidized fare of $50, you will be going back to the old system of paying $300 to $600 a day and going through the trauma of competing with the adults for transportation. So it is both cost effective for you to get the card, safer for your children to travel that way, and more convenient. So again, the warning has been sounded. Come February 1st, students who do not have student cards will not be allowed to take the rural school buses. I'm appealing to the MPs, to the councillors, to the churches, to the NGOs, to the government entities. We need to get the registration up in the month of January so that the buses will operate at optimum. I move on to the Universal Service Fund and of course the telcos. Universal Service Fund has completed 106. Let's move on to the big ticket, big success story of the restoration, and that is the JPS and the electricity restoration. First of all, as committed yesterday in Parliament, let me clarify a particular statement that I made in Parliament yesterday, which turned out to be erroneous information given to me by the Jamaica Public Service, where I indicated that in one instance, 40 miles of lines were rebuilt with over 1,000 poles from Ferris Cross to Hodges, Westmoreland to St. Elizabeth, to restore approximately 2,000 customers. That information was incorrect. Work has started with 100 poles that have been laid so far out of the total amount of 1,000 poles. It's about 40 miles of roadway. So it will take some time, but again, the work has started. So I want to apologize for the misinformation that was given in Parliament, and I will make sure that it is corrected on Hansard, and also to say very clearly that the information that I stated was erroneous and incorrect, and the information was given to me by the Jamaica Public Service. Nobody needs to ask the words that JPS and I had about this, and I can assure you it will never happen again. I want to also make another clarification, and I'm happy that I have peace and quiet and no noise, that people can listen and understand and decipher between misinformation and proper information. At no time in my presentation yesterday did I mention Eastern Westmoreland having light. I gave the statistics on the parish of Westmoreland, and I'm going to.
All right, people. They like using this word misinformation and also disinformation, another word. And as you heard, Minister Dana Morris Dixon said, they're fancy words for one word: lies. Well, we have a dear friend of ours. A minute, it just Oh, here he is. All right. Mystic Sensation in the house. Go ahead, sir. Good night and welcome.
Blessings to and all the persons in the chat. Now, Ratty, let me just get to the presentation that you're presenting. Basically, it's quite clear as it relates to the Prime Minister, right? As it relates to his deceitful ways and his clear intention to deceive the Jamaican people as it relates to playing with words, right? As it relates to his verbiage in terms of tricking the people. It's saying that, I don't know if he wants to say that, you know, over the past 10 years, the Jamaica Labour Party has not increased any tax, because that is the narrative that he left out there, right? When he played with words in talking about new tax. And I am happy that you're pointing it out as it relates to the definition. Now, let us face the fact. The Prime Minister taking over from the previous administration, and the previous administration run a $600 billion budget. I want Jamaica to get it so that we can, you know, define it in a very clear terms. And if Portia Simpson administration operate a budget of over $600 billion, and the Prime Minister, in a very deceitful manner, right, expand his budget to $1.3 trillion. The question that we need to ask, how did he get to $1.3 trillion? You right it?
Yeah, now listen to you.
How did he get to $1.3 trillion? Because they just do the comparison. 600 billion to 1.3 billion. Roughly, if you look at it, it's like, you know, 101% increase in terms of the contrast between Portia's budget and his budget. So then, let us go to the argument as it relates to, you know, no new tax. The bottom line is that it is, you have to deal with increasing taxes, which is going to affect, right, people's budget. So then, for argument's sake, to make it very simple to people, if I am getting a salary of $10,000 and my gross tax would be $2,000, and the Prime Minister makes certain increase, and then, of course, that increase, right, reduce my net, right? Then obviously it affects my salary or my pay, whether I'm getting a monthly salary or I'm getting weekly pay. And so then I have to pay more. So when they want to put it, no new tax or increase on the existing tax, it makes no difference, 6 to 1 or plus the other. And it is time now for Jamaican people to really understand that the Prime Minister is just simply a deceitful person and conniving person, right? Come straight out what the people want to hear from you. The people want to see a level of transparency. The people want to see accountability, and the people want their Prime Minister to be straightforward with them. But the Prime Minister needs to come out and state the facts. And the facts are simple. Yes, you are going to experience increase in taxes. No sort of word and playing upon words to deceive the people, you understand, and trick the people, right? Because it is clear, you have to explain to us, explain to Mystic Sensation, explain to Rattigan, right? How your budget right, is totally different as it relates to your predecessor budget. Your predecessor used to operate a $600 billion budget. Your budget, right, expand to $1.3 trillion. Man, I don't fall from sky. You understand? You have to increase tax to get that. So the argument in terms of no new taxes, you understand? That is just bullshit. That is just playing with words. The fact of the matter, people are dealing with increased taxes, which is going to affect, right, the kitchen table.
Right.
And that is the essential in terms of your budget expand, you understand, from $600 billion to $1.3 trillion. So people have to just make it. It's just common sense, right? And the Prime Minister needs to come straight forward with the situation. And, you know, Ratty, that is just my input. And thank you for the program in terms of making it clear, you understand, to the people who are listening.
All right, my brother. Thank you so much. Points well taken. We'll talk soon.
Bless you, my brother.
All right, bless up.
Yes.
Yes, folks, that was Mystic Sensation, Lord Byron, offering his take on this tax situation. For those of you joining us just now, we went over in the beginning of the program talking about the new taxes that will be a burden to our people, or a further burden on our people. And at the same time, the Prime Minister is getting his increase in salary. Try and make that work. Some of you who are struggling to make ends meet, to put food on the table, it's going to be even more difficult for you now to put food on the table. And at the same time, the Prime Minister is going to get a whopping salary, and it will be retroactive. It will go back to September of last year. So they're going to give money going back to September of last year, present, and going forward.
That's quite a bit of a change right there, though.
Yeah. And the poor people of Jamaica, them just squeezing the life out of them, to the point where people just don't even want to take a step in the direction of progress in the sense of trying to do something to help yourselves in terms of letting the government know how dissatisfied you are. People are afraid to speak out, and I know there's a fear factor, but people, you cannot live like this. You cannot live like this.
But where are people supposed to find that solace? Where are people supposed to get that comfort in knowing that here it is, this new taxation is going to be hitting them left, right, and center, and everything that you can think of that wasn't taxed before is looked at as a potential avenue for taxation?
I don't know what the calculus is and the strategy in terms of doing all of these things. No, I just don't. People are suffering more now than ever. And now is the time that they decide we're going to raise taxes, and in addition to raising taxes, we're going to increase his Prime Minister's salary. Even though the man said that he didn't want any salary and that it would be a freeze on previous Prime Ministers and future Prime Ministers, because he's not going to go beyond the 9 million that he was getting. And now we hear that it's going to 28, and it's not going to 28 effective sometime in the future. It's going to 28 effective from last year September. People, this is pure, unadulterated wickedness. Wickedness. And this has nothing to do with politics. Just all you have to do is just look at the facts. Look at the facts where your Prime Minister argued to get the raise for all the politicians. And let me ask you a question. They got this, 200%, 250% raise. How many of them have actually performed? How many of them have actually performed? For you, not for themselves and their friends and their family members, but for you, how many of them have actually performed? How many of you have seen a difference in the way your MP has performed before the increase? And since the increase, how many of you? How many of you? Hold on there. Pause.
Just a moment, people. One sec, people. Just
Yes, people, we had some breaking news there regarding the drill and the university hospital, the corruption that's going on up there. We're going to save this information. We're going to get back to the individual. Very, very solid information. We're going to get back to the individual. Big up yourself, big up yourself. We're going to get back to the person, and we're going to get the full story, and we're going to provide it to you because we're getting it raw, unfiltered, unvarnished, unverified. So what
that part. That part.
Yeah, so we're gonna go back and get it in its fullest state, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna vet the information and we're gonna provide it to you. And if what we're hearing is true, again, who's suffering? The sufferers. The rich people are not suffering. The sufferers. Here's what we're gonna do. 6:24 now. The professor has to set up his system to come on at 8 o'clock. So we're going to finish a bit early so that we can give him time to set up his system because he's not in his usual place. And so it's going to take a little bit of time. So we're going to go through some stuff. But let's get back to the bus. The buses. So we played that. Play any one of them, and then we'll just get to...
For arguing that the buses will cost 1.4 billion. Can you clarify what the 1.4 billion covers?
Again, I've done it about 5 times, and I'm going to do it again for you. And if I have to do it 50 times, I'm going to do it. And if I have to go on a program for the next 3 months, 24/7.
So, he said if he has to go on a program...
For the next 3 months.
Yeah. How come we invited him so many times and he just didn't see it fitting to come on this program? I've seen him on other programs and I know he got the message. Because I reached out to him personally and directly. And he didn't come. And also we filed an ATI to get information concerning the letter that was sent to the agency responsible for granting permits for these buses to come into the country. And we're still waiting on that. But hope springs eternal around here. We're not deterred by setbacks, delays, people cursing us. Has no effect because at the end of the day, our purpose is pure. Our purpose is true, and our purpose is righteous. It's not about us. It's about the people. And let me correct that. It's about the suffering people in Jamaica. And we hear their cries. You hear the Prime Minister saying here about the dead babies crying to him and all this stuff. Believe him if you want. And you can believe us if you want. But the proof is in the pudding. We are here constantly, beating the drum, kicking down the door, because we want assistance, we want help, we want consideration for our people, not just a person, people. And that is our mandate, and we will continue the fight. We understand that the struggle is alive, and we know the struggle is real, but we are unafraid. We will face the challenge, and we will surmount the obstacles. In the end, we will prevail, my people. It may be long, but it will never be forever. It will never be forever. The spirit of a Nani, of a Kojo, of a Sam Sharp, of all of our ancestors reigns within us. We just have to make a decision that enough is enough. And until we make that decision, we will continue to suffer. As I said, my father used to say, the pangs of hell. So ask yourself, what do you have to lose by getting up and speaking out? You're losing already, and you're going to be losing even more. So you really have no choice. But we don't want it to get to the point where violence is involved. We don't want that, and we pray that that will never be the case. We've had enough of that in Jamaica already. And we hope that it's the total abolition, that we will never see that thing again. But we have to stand up and we have to speak out. We can't, whenever you sit back, it gives the impression that everything is fine. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, my people. You are squeaky wheels. You're not becoming squeaky wheels. You are squeaky wheels. So make the noise. Make the noise. Kevin, where the one where he talked about we talk about 80 buses, the 81 buses already. Put up the one now where him say is him going to get the 100 buses. I think there's a video of that.
The new one?
Yeah. On the news.
Wait, the current buses?
Yeah.
The coaster buses?
Yeah. The one where them say I'm going to get 100 buses.
Right, that was an article.
No, it wasn't an article. It was a video. It's a thing, the video. The TVJ with the news. Just like the first few seconds.
I would have that one.
You might want to do.
We should. And I remember seeing it too. No, it's not. But it can be far. And this is one of the joys of being in person. I will say, oh,
yeah, we're going to show that. That's
in the diaspora.
Diaspora. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, people.
This is it. Oh, this one.
Yeah, the TVJ one.
Right.
It was up, you know. It was, they downloaded it and it was playing.
That's okay. I'll get it again.
Oh, Elaine Turner said, do you have a new system? Yeah, Elaine, you came on late. We have a new system. I wish I could show it to you. We have a new system, and the system it's fantastic. It looks good. Pretty as a picture. But I know that I'm going to be facing some challenges.
People.
It have too many features. Not a lot of buttons, but a lot of features.
Do not listen.
You know? And touch screen and all this stuff. State of the art.
Do not
Well,
listen.
I will
to
grow.
him.
I will. It will grow on me. Trust me. I'll be down here playing with it and get it to the point where
Y'all
I'll be able
remember.
to manage.
Yeah, you hear the battle going on here? Y'all remember when Will said, you know, I can't do this. I won't be able to do this. Look at all that he is doing now. It's look at the two of them right beside each other.
The government has now decided to buy new buses to transport students instead of used buses. The move is a total change in policy to the position leading up to the general election last year. Transport Minister Darrell Vaz gave an update earlier today at a press conference.
Here is the better news. It will be 100 new school buses. So we are moving from the used school buses.
Sir.
Go ahead.
Well, for how long have we asked, begged, requisitioned for them to just state that these are not new buses that we were getting last year?
A lot. And for some reason, they just couldn't come straight with the answers. People, you know, this bus thing is not going to go away, you know. This bus story is not going to go away. Because it's not like something like the drill and you don't see the drill and then you don't hear about it and then, you know, slowly it's a dying and then a dead story. You will see these buses. You have seen these buses and some of you have seen them in garages or park up in some place. A lot of the buses not working. The buses were never designed to run in Jamaica. They're not made for the Jamaican climate and the Jamaican terrain. And so when these buses came with all of the fanfare, we were here saying this is not going to work. And remember the minister, he claimed that they did the research and that somebody called him and told him that they have buses in America and, you know, they did the research as well. And that they were inspected 3 times, the buses were inspected. 3 times, and that they were of the American gold standard for safety and security. That's what he said.
Indeed.
And yet we are talking about an accident where, you know, the cameras inside and outside the buses or that bus helped to further the investigation. How come him don't talk about the cameras where how come the cameras didn't help with the young lady, the little girl who fell out the bus? Because another student pulled the lever and the door opened. How come he didn't talk about that? People, don't you understand what's going on here? Don't you understand that you're being led like a lamb to the slaughter? Don't you understand that you just paid 1.4 billion?
Would that be?
For 80 buses, 81 buses. Don't you understand that? He said you were going to get 110, but the last time we haven't heard him say yet that all 110 buses are here. We heard him say 26, and then we heard him give some other numbers, and then he said they're all going to be here by the end of July 2025, and then we heard him recently said 81. So where the rest of the buses? And if you can't provide the rest of the buses, where is the money? Where's the money? And we're not asking the questions enough. And we're not being forceful enough. And so, wait a second, which part dumb, dark, and stupid there? Give me that up for me. And so what happened is that him just look at us like, in his own words, dumb, dark, and stupid. And so he can come and tell you 1.4 for 110 buses and him give you 81. And then him come back and say, no, I need more money because I'm going to buy 100 new buses now. And then we went. So why couldn't buy the new buses them in the beginning? Why couldn't buy even if you don't buy what's so magical about 110? Why couldn't say we're going to start this?
Because 10 was back up.
But why 110? Why couldn't say, okay, we're going to buy 70 new buses, and then we're gonna see how them work, and then we're gonna move forward with the program. By 110 buses, and I'm guarantee you, within a year or two, most of those buses will not be running.
But it's less than a year, and the ones that we have, the most of them are not running.
I don't know if I'm most of them, but I know a lot of them not running. A lot of them not running.
Well, okay, so where is the report that the majority of these buses are running? So aren't we left then to assume that since we're not seeing or hearing that the majority of the buses that we have acquired are on the roads, that they're not?
Yeah, and some of them are crowded. And Minister Vaz, might I remind you that the American gold standard means that no child is supposed to be standing while the bus is moving.
How can the majority of these buses be on the road if they're packed? So the point where they're so packed that a child can be pressed against the door to the point where if the door opens, they are going to fall out. How then can all these buses be on the road and providing services, or the majority?
Mr. Vaz, the professor just asked you a question. You need to answer that question. People don't understand. On sit down and listen to this man feeding a bunch of garbage. I want to just sit down and just take it and jump up on the buses and people, come on. When are we going to wake up as a people? Find the dumb dark. See, John?
Oh my God. And they're stupid.
Hit me back.
They're dunce.
Oh my God.
They're dunce.
Oh my God.
They're dunce.
Oh my
God. And they're stupid.
You hear that? All of you, you're dunce, dark, and stupid. Words coming out of the mouth of the minister. That's why they can do all of these things, and they have no fear. And they can sell you something that they know is not going to work, and you jump up, and it true to form, the thing doesn't work, and then he comes back and says, listen, I'm going to go buy new buses. And how much media criticism have you seen or heard? How much? Not to mention you, the people suffering.
There's an additional question though.
Mm-hmm.
Since we don't have all the buses, and it comes back to the question of the budget. The money is allocated. Since we don't have all the buses that we didn't get, do we get a credit to apply that credit to the buses that we are going to get? And I use air quotes for going to get because we're not too sure about that either.
Right. And what you should do. Here's something that you should do. We've talked about it. We ask people to do it. We're asking you to write or call the Auditor General's office and just say, listen, we need a surcharge action to get back the money from this man. We need a surcharge action. You saw what happened. We're going to talk about it next week. You saw what happened with him and some purchases the other day where the Auditor General said, no, he violated the law. And the man come out and write out this thing. And so I don't even understand what he did. He played right into the Auditor General's hands because the same thing that she was saying, the law that he violated, is the same law and come and say he was complying with. At the very least, people write to the Auditor General and say, we're asking you please to conduct an investigation or an audit, because she did an investigation. Conduct an audit into the school bus program. That's all. Just write to her. I wrote to her. And the school bus program doesn't affect me. And I wrote to her and said, listen, you need to take a look at this because I think that there's something wrong here, something woefully wrong. And then we have people suffering and them sit down and them just fold them arms. And some of them say, why? That's what the thing said. Well, if that is your belief, God help you. Because if you believe that is how the thing set, then yes, you're right. That is how the thing set. And there's no hope for you. None. But what we're going to do is just talk for a few more minutes about this school bus program. And again, remember, nobody talks about, I have an ATI waiting for a response as to the 2017, what is it, over 100 million, I believe. I don't remember the exact number that they allocated to purchase school buses. And at that point, it was Dean Roy Bernard, Grace Ann McLean, and Roel Reid over at the Ministry of Education.
From the first go around.
Yeah. And nobody knows what happened to that money. I haven't heard about a single bus purchase with that money.
But that is why it can come back for a third time.
Yeah, because the second one was use the American buses. Mm-hmm. And now it's
and the same thing can happen again.
Yes, yes.
But we're not done listening when we want to talk about with this one yet. I just had to pause for a moment and ask the question.
All right, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
From the used school buses, purpose built. We have gone through expenditures of interest. We have concluded on the specifications based on all our due diligence across Asia, America, Europe.
I have to stop again. I'm sorry, people, but I have to stop again. Now they're starting to use. He's using the keywords. Purpose built, right?
Mm-hmm.
And suitable.
Mm-hmm.
So by not saying it, it's the admission that the last purchase was not what this purchase is. And if so, what course of action is there to be taken? Because there needs to be some course of action.
Mm-hmm.
It can't just go so. So the who to do the what now comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
Because when we do it, them tell us we don't understand it, right?
Correct. And by the way, people, if you look at Reason with Rattigan, you put that up on the screen, Kevin. The one, yeah.
Is that?
Yeah. Is it up?
Yeah, man.
Okay. Yeah, see it right there, though? It says, if you want a letter, if you want a template of a letter, an example of the letter that you should send to the Auditor General, just go to the website. We have one there. And you can copy that and change a few things, or you can just use it as an example. Yeah, you can use it as is, or you can just go in and make some changes. But at the end of the day, what you need to do is to write to the Auditor General and let her know. Just one statement. Please investigate the rural school bus program from 2016 to present, because you want to capture the 2017 one, because monies were budgeted for the school bus program and we don't know how that money was spent. Nobody's asking any questions about it. Just like how very few people were interested in the fertilizer thing. We're going to come with that story next week, because the Auditor General, she did some things on that, and we're following her lead. But we want to finish playing.
Yeah, and somebody, yes. Let me come back to this question. Let me continue this.
And the responses to that expression of interest has brought us information to be able to develop the specifications.
Now, the 100 new buses are expected in the 2026-2027 fiscal year, which begins on April 1 this year and ends on March 31 next year. Initially, the projection was for 150 new buses, but budgetary constraints led to the change. Mr. Vaz is urging parents and guardians to register their children to get the bus cards and concessionary fare of $50.
The cashless system is seeing great progress in terms of the registration. 8,108 students. Students' cards issued 6,393. Cards with zero balance, 6,355. And total top-up value of 39,875.
Though the buses remain safe, Mr. Vaz admitted there have been challenges.
truth be told, that
What mean though the buses remain safe? What mean though the buses remain safe?
I heard it too.
People, you see what happened is that we're
There are
not
some
paying
challenges.
attention. We're not paying attention. If you think about it, if you listen to his tone, his meaning Mr. Vaz, Minister Vaz, if you listen to his tone, if you look at his demeanor, I don't know how many of you have ever seen him. He's a very slight fellow. I know him. A very slight fellow. And it's almost like he has to make up for his frail figure by shouting and projecting this bad boy image. In fact, somebody sent me a video where him just in an army fatigue years ago, and him called himself Killer Vaz. That's what Command Statement said. Years ago. Yeah, somebody sent it. I have to go find it. But what you understand is that this man is nothing short, nothing less of being a bully. And he's bullied the Jamaican people, and he's bullied the cabinet into doing what he wants to do. And a lot of them know what he's doing is wrong. But I'm afraid of them in one shadow. They won't come out and say anything because you know why? Do you know why they're afraid to speak to Mr. Vaz, Minister Vaz? Do you know why? I'm talking about his own party members now. Do you know why? Let me share it with you. Minister Vaz is the single most significant rainmaker in the Jamaica Labour Party.
Break that down in layman's terms.
Let me break it down. He is the chief fundraiser. Nobody in the Jamaica Labour Party raises money like Minister Vaz, and they all know it. Minister Vaz, do not forget, who was his godfather, Butch Stewart, and also his benefactor. When Minister Vaz is having a fundraiser, Minister Vaz no come to pian people. Let me share this with you. Minister Vaz would have his fundraisers at Terra Nova, titans of industry, people of means. Those are the people who show up for this thing, you know. Minister Vaz is not asking the ordinary Jamaican to give him money, help with him campaigning. No. Minister Vaz is the chief fundraiser for the Jamaica Labour Party. They cannot do without him. He's the man who conjure up all of these ideas how to get money for the party, particularly during the election. They cannot do without him. So that's why he can do just about anything he wants to do. And nobody has the gumption. Nobody has the cojones. Nobody has the gall to tell him that what he's doing is wrong and he should stop it, and they're not going to support him. Because once you do that, you are out. Why do you think the Prime Minister can't stop him? You don't think the Prime Minister knows deep in his heart that, look, this American bus thing here, it was just, it's a farce. You don't think the Prime Minister, you don't think he knows that? How about this one? You don't think the Prime Minister knows about it? How about the rooms on the beach? You don't think the Prime Minister knew about that? How about the John Crow Mountain, Blue Mountain, the piece of property up there? You don't think the Prime Minister knew about that? And all of the other scandals. You don't think the Prime Minister knows about? But the Prime Minister dare not say a word. It has been said to me that Minister Vaz is running the country of Jamaica. And he's running it into the ground. And the Prime Minister dare not say a word to him of correction. Dare not. Because he, Minister Vaz, is the chief fundraiser. Chief fundraiser. And this is not something that I heard from somebody else. Read between the lines. This is not something I heard from somebody else, a third party. They dare not touch him. They dare not touch him. And so that's why you can have this frail person, you know, who can just talk, and and cow down people, and people just sit down and them just have to just take it. They have to just take it. Minister Vaz poses a threat to the Jamaica Labour Party should they decide that they want to get rid of him. He will leave on his own terms. Nobody's going to get rid of him out of that party. Because when it comes time for money, he is the one getting the money for them. Trust and believe me when I tell you this. And this is not hearsay. Come from Waterhouse, but through the grace of God and the protection and the links that I had and still have with certain people, I've met all these people. I've had private conversations with all of these people. And the ones that I didn't have private conversations with, information flowed to me. So that's why they see me as a very dangerous character. Put FBI thing aside, just put that aside. Just the circle that I used to move in and the things that I was exposed to. Indeed, they consider me a dangerous fellow. And they will forever consider me a dangerous fellow. Because you know why? They have nothing I want. Let me repeat. They have nothing I want. Two, they don't have any secrets for me. When I read between the lines, they have nothing I want. They don't have any secrets for me. When I read between the lines. Students, ladies and gentlemen, when I read between the lines. So I cannot be bought. They can't tell me, look there, look here. No, they don't dictate to me what I do. Because I'm not dependent on them for anything. Keep that in mind.
Nothing at all.
Nothing. As far as they are concerned, I am an emancipated black man. Even to those in a circle of black, I'm an emancipated black man. I'm a free black man. I can speak my mind. And I've always spoken my mind. And I won't stop. Because at the end of the day, my primary purpose is to make sure that government does what it's supposed to do for the people, not for themselves. And I knew this would be a tough journey. I knew that there'd be people who would criticize. I knew that there'd be people who would be so brainwashed that they can't even see that the suffering that they're enduring, they are the reason for it, because they allow these things to happen. They couldn't see it. They won't see it. And some people are lost. Some people will never recover from the amount of brainwashing that goes on. Trust me on that. Some people, you just have to just give up hope. You still talk and all of that, but in the back of your mind, you know that, okay, no change here. So you focus your attention elsewhere. Some of these people, just like the proverbial Madame Mouchette, sell out Marcus Garvey for rice and peas. Some of these people sell you out for a two-piece chicken. They'll sell you out. But like I said, I'm a very dangerous fellow for them because they have no secrets from me. I want nothing from them. I don't want anything from them. And then they're watching the program. I know they are. And they're wringing their hands and they're, you know,
restless.
Because I'm at a stage in my life where I'm completely at peace with what I'm doing. If I had to do this over again, I would. You know, you hear people say, if I had to do it over again, I would change this, I wouldn't do it. Or, no. If I had to do it over again, I would. So I don't have no regrets. Because I know that this is a righteous fight. It is a fight for people's lives. I tell you a funny story, and we're going to get to it now because it's 7 o'clock and we have to finish a little bit early so that the gentleman right next to me here, DJ Kevin Stew, can get his act together because, like I said, he's not in a familiar place, so he have to set up him things and move on. I'm going to give this part of the story and then I'm going to go to the beginning. This Thursday, I was in court. As I've mentioned to you, the government of Jamaica has expressed an interest by its presence in the diaspora election. And we're going to show you that they shouldn't be. But they were there. And when the clerk gave me the judge's decision, saying that he wasn't going to sign the order stopping the election. And we have to make that clear too, because some of you believe that this is the defamation lawsuit. It's two things going on, folks, but I'll explain to you. And when the clerk gave me the judge's decision, I was there with a strong, die-hard supporter. We're not calling a name, right? But person know who they are. And we started laughing, and the opposition, the lawyer, and there's a gentleman who looked like he's a defendant, and there's a person who looked like from the embassy, from the consulate. They couldn't understand because this is supposed to be bad news. They couldn't understand why we were laughing. And we were laughing because I said, you know what? They don't know that I have a plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And as we walked past them, all three of them, I touched the lawyer, Mr. Handler, touched him on his shoulder, and he looked around. And I said to him, I'll see you next week. Same time, same place. I'll see you here. I'll see you here next week in the courthouse. And he said to me, with a puzzled look on his face, all three of them have the puzzled look. Because remember now, we just get a decision that the judge is not going to stop the election.
Correct.
Yeah, and he said, next week? For what? And I smiled and I said to him, you will find out. We will be here next week. So, that's the kind of person I am. I lean into the wind. If I believe in a mission, I am not going to abort. Me are the kind of man who don't want to fight a war with. I'm not going to abort. If you believe in the mission, and you say, okay, so and so and so, and we're moving forward, I will be there right beside you or in front of you. I'm not going to be behind you, not going to stab you in the back, not going to run away. Once I give you my commitment, because think about it, at the end of the day, what do you have? Your word, your bond. Your word is your bond. That's your reputation.
Correct.
And when I give you my word, I am going to try and honor my word. I will not leave you. People of Jamaica, I will not forsake you. I will forever be with you. Because this is a fight about us, about our liberation, about our freedom, about our rights. And we cannot abandon the course. Cannot. Simply cannot. So what we're going to do right now, I'm going to leave Minister Vaz. Minister Vaz, no say Jan, leave it away there. We'll come back to you, Minister Vaz. Minister TUFTON'S, by the way, don't think you get away now. Because we're doing the 9-day wonders around here. And we haven't forgotten Market Me. And we haven't forgotten the spending spree that occurred during COVID-19. We haven't forgotten the spending spree, Cornwall Regional and other facilities. We haven't forgotten a lot of things. Let me put it this way. We will never forget those things.
That's
we will
all
never.
better.
Yeah, we will never forget those things. But sometimes people, you have to suffer, you know. You have to suffer, you know, like progress. And those of you who voted for these people, I know in your quiet moments, in your moments of suffering, you question the wisdom of voting for these people. I know you do. You don't have to tell me. I know you do. Because we all have a conscience. It's what we do with it. But we all have a conscience. And you see, when you're oppressing people, your conscience is stunted. Because you don't see people as people. You see people as commodities or numbers or something else, inanimate objects. You don't see people as people. When you're suffering,
right,
that's when full realization is brought to bear. So, Mr. TUFTON'S, big up yourself. Big up yourself. You're not far from us. Minister Vaz will be reaching out. We'll continue with the story. All right, folks, here's what we're going to know. Now we're going to touch a subject that has developed into a full-blown story. Heretofore, people didn't hear anything about the global Jamaica diaspora council or the electoral committee. Now people are here about it. We've been beating a steady drum beat about this entity for years. Finally, it's coming to the fore. People are hearing, people are commenting, people are understanding what's going on. And for good reason. The people in Jamaica would have probably said, yeah, diaspora, we don't really have anything. Get them out there someplace, somewhere. And whenever there was a devastation, people would look to the diaspora, help. But when everything was fine and dandy in Jamaica, there was no need to look to the diaspora. I mean, yeah, people look to the diaspora for remittances, but I'm talking about real and sustainable development and assistance. Like during a disaster and the aftermath, like Melissa, because it's going to require a lot more than what they have right now. They look to the diaspora and they said, hey, we need help. And I'm not, believe me, as much as I can, I provide assistance to as many people as I can. But I'm only one person. And I'm doing a lot of things that the government should be doing. But somebody has to help. And I will continue to do as much as I can. The people, that's for people in Jamaica. The people in the diaspora, a lot of them never heard about this organization till now. They start to wait a minute. Is there such an organization? Yes, there is. And that organization, and the reason is because the organization is not well known. It doesn't do anything for the diaspora. It works for the government of Jamaica, even though the mandate is, one, to provide assistance to help you prosper, you and your descendants prosper in the countries where you live. That's one of the mandates. And the second one is to assist with the national development of Jamaica. And by the way, I know the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, them get around the TV set now and them are watch. Yeah, I know they're watching. Well, sit down, grab a pen and paper, take some notes and learn. Because what you people have been doing must come to an end. The exploitation of the diaspora must come to an end. You see, people are calling now for the disassociation between the diaspora and the government. They're saying the government cannot be a part, cannot lead a diaspora organization. Cannot. I've been saying it for years. Others have been saying it for years. By no means am I saying I'm the only person who's been saying it for years. There've been other people, but then you have some Johnny come lately, you know. You have some Johnny come lately people who just recently know them just take it up now and them start talk about it, and they had time, space, opportunity where they could have spoken about it and they didn't for selfish reasons. But we'll overlook that because we're not here to worry about those people. But some of them are confused. And sometimes the best thing to do with a confused person is to lead by example. You can't convince them that they're confused. What you do is you just move ahead with a clear vision and make them watch. And that's where the inspiration comes in. That's where the inspiration comes. So what happened, people, is, let me start out with, I know some of you said, don't tell them nothing, but here's the thing. There are things that we're not saying. And there are things that we feel free in saying. Because if something is a court record, people,
it's available.
It is a public record. Anybody can go down to the courthouse and say, hey, give me the information, give me this file, give me the index number, here's the name or whatever, and the clerk will look it up and you pay a small fee and they will give you the information. But here's the thing, the people who are not going to the courthouse, they won't know. So when people tell them nonsense, they will say, oh, me here says such and so, oh, me here says so. So that's why this is a learning experience. We have to teach our people. We don't have to reveal everything, but whatever is in the public domain, we can reveal because they're not going to go to the courthouse and know the truth. And we don't want people telling them lies. So what is it? Misinformation.
Call it what it is.
Yeah, we don't want people telling them lies. We really don't. So here's what happened. As all of you know, I filed a lawsuit. It's not my first lawsuit. And it won't be my last. The lawsuit, there are two components to it. And some of you have gotten it wrong about the components. You think it's just one component. Two components. The first component was, and I emphasize was, to stop the election, the Global Diaspora Council election ended last night. Voting ended last night. And the action, the first action was to stop it because we believe that it was conducted in an unfair manner and that there were violations of due process, meaning that fairness was violated. Things that should have been extended to people weren't extended. And so we filed to stop it and to have a court look into the matter to say, okay, what took place here? Was this right? That's one action. That's the action that took place this week. The defamation action, the one where them said things about me, that has not started yet. When I say started, people have been served. By the way, Professor, there are people out there running, and hiding because they don't want to be served. Seriously.
Listen. Yes.
They have people running and hiding because they don't want to be served. And I don't know how them escape not to. I don't know how them think they won't be served. You will be served. It's either we're going to serve you at your workplace, we're going to serve you on your way home from some place, we're going to serve you at your home, or they have a form of service called suitable age and discretion and nail and mail. So we can serve somebody at your house over the age of 18 and then we mail it. Or if we go and we got a certain amount of time you're not there, guess what we do? We just leave it on the door and leave one in the mailbox. And the court considers you served. So we don't have to actually catch you and give you the paperwork. So I don't know why I'm not running. Because it is inevitable. It is going to happen. You're going to get served. All of you will be served. So there are two actions. One was to stop the election, and the second one is the defamation. And that one, it has begun in earnest, but it hasn't really picked up steam because we're serving people right now. And you can't go further until everybody's been served. Everybody that you name. So let's talk about what happened this week. This week, Tuesday, we went to court, filed all the paperwork, notified the parties, and there was an issue concerning jurisdiction that we're not, first of all, we respect the judge's opinion. But you can respect somebody's opinion and still say,
don't agree.
Yes, I don't know if this is the correct interpretation. Here's what happened with the jurisdiction thing. And we talked about this a while back, and I'll talk about it again today, briefly. Jurisdiction is the power and the ability of the court to render a decision against or for you. And they have two types of jurisdiction. Two main ones. Them have others as well. But the two main ones, personal and subject matter. Let's talk about subject matter jurisdiction. Subject matter jurisdiction is if you go to family court and you say, I'm gonna file a case here because Kevin and I had a contract and he breached it, and I'm gonna file it in family court. It's obvious, it's a wrong court. The court doesn't have jurisdiction to hear that matter. The court may have personal jurisdiction because you and Kevin, you might live within the jurisdiction of the court, right? So you live in the same area where the court sits. But the subject matter, that court cannot hear it. A family court cannot listen to somebody coming in and filing a breach of contract action. So there's no subject matter there. The second one is personal jurisdiction. Is where the court says, okay, you live in an area where the court has the right to listen. The court can listen to cases for people living in that area. Or you don't even have to live in that area. If you come in there and you do business in there all the time, but you live somewhere else, the court can have jurisdiction over you. But there are certain instances where the court won't have personal jurisdiction. And I'll give you an example. If Kevin and I live in Atlanta and there's a breach of contract, and I sue Kevin for breaching a contract, and we go to the court, we go to the right court, we go to the court that has subject matter, the court can listen to the matter. But here's the thing, I didn't serve Kevin the papers. I didn't serve Kevin the papers, so guess what happened? The court has no personal jurisdiction over Kevin. It said, the court was, yeah, we have subject matter jurisdiction. Yeah, Kevin lives here. But the procedure is that before we can have personal jurisdiction over Kevin, you must tell Kevin why you're suing him and where you're suing him and how you're suing him and all of that. Kevin must have knowledge. And we must have evidence of that knowledge. We must have evidence that you actually give him the papers, because if Kevin, I sue Kevin, Kevin come in a court and Kevin said, Your Honor, you have no jurisdiction. I was never served.
Yep.
Guess what? The judge is going to say, you're right. You're never served. Go.
Have a nice day.
Have a nice day. So, subject matter jurisdiction, personal jurisdiction. Now, what happened is that the jurisdiction issues that we had on Tuesday, it's kind of complicated. And like I said, we respect the judge's opinion, and we'll just leave it at that. So the judge didn't sign on Tuesday because the judge said that there was a jurisdiction issue. And we said, fine. That was Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, we refiled. And we went to court, and the judge, a different judge, says there's an issue here, and it's not jurisdiction. It's an issue about noticing somebody. You know, we're talking about personal jurisdiction, about telling the person that you have to come to court. And we got the decision saying that there was an issue with that. Now I want to show you something. We won't go to the first one, the jurisdiction, because it's kind of complicated, but let's go to the second one. Wait. All right, no. Good. No, not that one. No, go back. On the 202 note.
It's at the bottom of this.
No. The decision.
That is the full one.
Oh, no, let me see. No, that's the 13th. No. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Switch.
Yeah, that one. All right.
You're on the first page.
You can put the first page. All right. You can put it up. This is just a picture of it. All right, here it is. Emergency order to show cause to state committee election, right? And then it's Rattigan versus all of these people. All right. Go to the second page now. This is a page that the judge signed. There it is at the bottom, where it says, right there, decline to sign. And it's in plain tough. It should be plain tiff. It should be TIFF. Sir, put the green on it for me then. Yeah, it should be plain tiff. I don't think the judge. I don't know if Judge Muir did that. But it's
JAMAICAN.
Play
it tough.
But they said the judge is not going to sign this because plain tiff. That actually is PLAINTIFF. That's a typo. Plaintiff failed to comply with 22 NYCRR 202.8E. So let's go to 202.8E and see what it says. And see, we're on the court website, New York State Court website.
Let me
8E.
make it a little bit bigger.
Go on to 8E.
So nobody can say.
Temporary restraining order. All right, 208. It's at the top, right? And you see what it says?
Too big.
It says, unless the moving party, which is the plaintiff, me, can demonstrate significant prejudice by reason of giving notice, or that notice could not be given. Remember we said notice, you have to notify the person that they're being sued. Not be given despite a good faith effort to provide notice, meaning you can't find the person. A temporary restraining order should not be issued ex parte. Ex parte means that with one side being present only, right? So we were doing this ex parte, but you have to notice the person. You have to give them notice that you're going to do this. See what the second sentence says. It says, put the green next to that, but it's unless, yeah. All right. Unless excused by the court, the applicant must give notice of the, put your green on that for me. You know, all right. Date, time, date, and place that the application will be made in a manner, and provide copies of all supporting papers to the opposing parties sufficiently in advance to permit them an opportunity to appear and contest the application. So even though I'm asking for it ex parte, meaning I'm asking for it without the other party being there, you still have to give them notice so that they have an opportunity, if they want to show up. Now, in a lot of these temporary restraining order cases, the non-moving party, the defendant, they usually don't even show up. So it's just one person, right?
However, they must be notified.
They must be notified. And see right there, after it says any application for temporary injunctive relief, which is what we were asking for to stop the election, including but not limited to a motion for a stay, that's it, or a temporary restraining order, shall contain, in addition to the other information required by this section, an affirmation demonstrating, meaning that a statement from me demonstrating that notice has been given to the person, or notice could not be given despite a good faith effort to provide it, or that there would be significant prejudice to the party seeking the restraining order, meaning that I couldn't give them notice because if I gave them notice, something would have happened. I don't want them in court or whatever it is, right? That's it. So that what the judge, what it said right here is that you didn't comply with this. You didn't give them notice. All right, Kevin, go to the other one. Come in.
The total?
Yeah. All right, move it up a little bit. You can move it up? Up. No, the other way.
This is...
All right, stop right there. All right. This, we sent this not only to the defendant, we also sent this to the defendant's attorney. And guess what? Both, well, let me just say, the attorney showed up. The defendant doesn't have to show up, but the attorney was in court with me on Thursday. How could he have been in court if he wasn't noticed? He got the notice. Because in New York, they have something called electronic filing. And once you say yes, and they encourage it because they stop using paper. Once you do that, once a person says yes, I'll agree to it, then everything that you file, you download it or you upload it, it goes into the file electronically, and that person, that attorney, that defendant, they're automatically noticed. They get the notice. So you don't have to mail anything. Remember what it says, you must tell them, you must give them notice, which we did. And it says you must tell them about the time and the place and all that. Take a look at what we said. We said, dear committee chairman, and this was sent to the attorney and the committee chairman. Please take notice that the plaintiff through Rattigan and Associates will be submitting an emergency order show cause in the above action before where? Remember, you must tell them where? Before the Supreme Court of the State of New York in the County of Queens. Where is the State of New York County of Queens Supreme Court? Located at 828-11 Sutphin Boulevard, Queens, New York 11435. And where, especially and specifically where, give us the date and the time and specifically where in the courthouse it is going to be held. Plaintiff's emergency application will be made on February 19, 2026, beginning at 2 o'clock at ex parte office room 140 of said court, or via NICEF, which is electronic means, where we could do it by a Teams or one of them, some other means besides personal, as the court may so direct. And then we're going to say, here's what we're looking. We're looking for an order to stop the election in the United States Northeast. We're not saying stop the election all over the globe. We're saying stop the election only in the Northeast region, pending a determination of my emergency order to show cause. So what this was asking the judge to do, we said, Look at the reasons I've given you as to why I think I'm going to win this case. And then I need you to sign off on this thing. Well, it's three things. Three things I have to show for the injunction. I have to show likelihood of success on the merits. I have to show that there's a strong likelihood I'm going to win the case. Then you have to show that you've been irreparably harmed, meaning that you're greatly harmed. So my argument is that if I'm not allowed to participate in the election, then that's a violation of due process, and people are depending on me. People have voted already for me, and it would be a gross violation. And the third one is balancing of the equities. So I'm asking the court to delay the election for a few days, weeks, whatever. And I'm saying, Judge, this is not going to be a problem for them, because you know why? One, and probably a very significant reason, they stopped the election themselves already. They stopped it already. Two, it's a small period of time for us to decide this. This is not an organization where people are earning money, they're working. And so if you stop it, people won't get a salary. It's volunteer work. So nobody's going to be harmed. Those are the three things I have to get up there and prove to the judge. And so they said that they didn't see this. Because when I spoke to the clerk, he said, I didn't see a 202 order. He said, I didn't see a 202 order. Go to the other one. Go to the other one. The one where it's a 6 page. It's a number 6 page. Oh, this is it. All right, go up top. Go way up top. All right, this is it. The affirmation. Remember it says you have to give an affirmation. Here's the affirmation. But the notice part of the affirmation is the very last page. So I don't know if the judge saw it, or if the judge's clerk saw it. But the one thing I can tell you is that we did submit this, we did file it. And we respect the judge's opinion. The judge says, not going to sign it. So we said, fine, no problem. No, because it was sent over to a judge under the mistake. And I heard this, the clerk told me this, because the clerk was saying, I can't find your 202 notice. He said, I can't find it. I said, it's there. And he said, no, I couldn't find it. So that's why I sent it over to Judge Muir. Because otherwise, what is supposed to happen? It was supposed to go to Judge Muir. And because it's an emergency, it was supposed to be, Judge Muir is supposed to designate somebody because he's at a different location. Designate somebody in the Queen's Supreme Court on Sutton Boulevard to handle the matter, because he doesn't deal with emergency orders. At least last week he wasn't. There was somebody who was supposed to deal with it. So the notice was there, and I don't know what happened, but they said we didn't comply, and we did. But it's fine. It's fine. You know, we have no problem. The judge made a decision, and we said, Judge, thank you. We understand. And that's it. Is this matter over? Remember what I said to the lawyer when I was leaving. I said to him, I'll see you next week in court. And he said, next week for what? And I said, you will find out. So that's where we are. You know, we'll just leave that right where it is, because we are fighters. You can't move that. Go upon it. Let me see if anything else is there. Oh, and by the way, I want to big up all of you who gave me the strength and the support, and they said the prayers last week for me. You know, I want to big up people like Cora, who said, listen, whenever you're going to court, let me know, and if I can make it, I will be there. I want to big up the two ladies who came to court last week and stood by me, and them said, we have to come for give us strength, because we just don't want you feel like you in this thing alone. Big up on yourself. Want to big up my big friend who come 2 days in a row. Then me have two big friends, one come one day. But she called me the second day and she talked to me. Then I have another friend who show up 2 days in a row. And she said, me can't make you come here, so you know, by yourself and come deal with them people. Yeah. And I said, no, I'm a good man. We look on this like David versus Goliath. We deal with this all the time. We don't have no problem. But she wouldn't let it go. She said, no, I have to come and sit down here with you and make sure, say, oh, Vestel. All right, Vestel. All right. The matter of the election is over. It is done. Joan Morrison. Joan, if you know what I know. Joan, you're my teleman, so I see him next week in our court. You know, I read between the lines. But anyway, there's more than one way to skin a cat. And I'm looking forward to the day when I can get up in front of the court and tell the court, provide the court with the facts. Oh, Kevin, go to the thing then. Go to the plaque and the card. Let me explain something to you.
It's right there waiting for you.
Hold on there. Look, take that off. Take this off. I'm surprising with it.
Okay.
All right. Now what happened is that quickly, you know, most of you know the story. What's it? 2 weeks ago, right? The Dina put out a report, and then they came back. They put out a report little after midnight, little early in the morning Saturday, and then about 18 hours later they come back and put another one. And now people are trying to say that one of them was bankruptcy, criminal conviction,
and good standing.
And the second one now was about reputation, good standing, and not working with the Jamaican government. Do me a favor, go back inside of something. I'm fine. I don't know if it's there. A letter. There's a letter. I don't know if the letter is there. There's a letter. There's a letter from the Electoral Committee. No,
the one where
that I wrote to them. The one that I wrote to them. The response to this.
It might be.
No, that's not it. Go on, sir.
No, this one is.
That's not it. Yeah. That's
not it.
That's not it.
And that's the dates. Oh, this one was the one you wrote.
No, that's the one they wrote to me. I responded to this. I wanted to see the one that it's probably not here. Well, we can get to it some other time. Okay. But so here's what happened now. And we're hearing this through the grapevine. People are worried. They're worried. And there's so many things that we're hearing, and we're hearing them first hand, and we're hearing them second hand, and we're hearing them third hand. One of the things we're hearing is that it's the one before this, the one that I sent to them.
Yeah.
So what happened? And we know they're watching, so we could just disabuse them of any kind of defense that they're gonna put up. They want to claim that it was a glitch in the system. Well, let me just tell them, there's no look. We were up on the website for 3 weeks. So if there was a glitch, you should have discovered that. That's one. Then the voting started, and I think it's day 4 that you stopped it. So we don't know how you're going to explain. So now they're saying that it is not, We didn't say they're pushing the green under the
Under the bus.
Under the bus. Don't fling them under the bus. They said we didn't say that it were a convict, and we didn't say. And in fact, they put that in writing. It's in writing. They said that we didn't say that you're a convict, and we didn't say that you're a bankrupt. But what they didn't say is that we didn't say that you don't have a reputation in the community and you don't have a good reputation in your profession, and that you don't want to work with the Jamaican government. They didn't say that. So you know what that leads you to believe? That they did say that. They complain about the other one. They complain about, they said, oh, we didn't say a criminal conviction, and we didn't say bankruptcy. But then they're silent on the other one, the other 5.2 piece. They're silent on it. So here's what happened now. They don't have to own that piece, because that is the reason now they're saying that I was rejected, that I don't have a good reputation in the community, and I don't have a good reputation in my profession. Now let's talk about that. The community piece is going to be difficult for them to prove that I don't have a good community reputation in the community, because all I want to the writer, so I'm a witness. All I want to. So then the one about profession, I said that's even worse when you're going to talk about somebody's profession and you don't really know. You don't know, but you make a statement. So now them want to say, well, I hear from good source that now they're saying, oh, it was with the FBI. It was with the FBI, because all of we had, I filed a lawsuit against the FBI. So they're like, oh, it's the FBI. What they don't understand is that I filed that lawsuit 13 years before I left the FBI. 13 years before I left. And I stayed until the very last day I could stay. So, committee members, if you're not planning to use that my reputation was bad in the FBI, take a look at this. That is my retirement plaque. Big it up, come a proud of it, brother. There it is. Presented to Supervisory Special Agent Wilfred Rattigan from 1987 to 2017 for loyal and devoted service to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And that's my badge number, 10492. Now me that. No, them say me not have no good reputation. Kevin hit them with the good standing. Look on this. This is to certify that Wilfred Rattigan, whose signature and photograph appears hereon, separated in what?
Good stand. In fact, we can highlight this, Both with it. Colors. Right here.
There it is. So, we just see one of the time, so no waste enough, no come down and argue no foolishness. Because we don't want to embarrass them, because this case is basically an open and short case, a straightforward case. Basically a straightforward case. So I want to screenshot that one and not think about, so now come and say, well then boy, it's not the profession we're talking about, is tenure with the FBI. Take a good look at that, screenshot it, and then they must change it and say separated without good standing, something like that. That's where you must put. That's where you must put. On not back up the wrong tree. On not mess with the wrong man. Yeah, the Prime Minister said me no afraid of none now, no. Talk him a talk. Talk him a talk. He's talking, he might try boost himself. So he have to say that to give the impression that he's a tough guy, but the Prime Minister is not a tough guy. Now, in my book, he's not a tough guy. Maybe in other people's book, he's a tough guy, but in my book, he's not a tough guy. Right? So, I will fight all of them by myself, because I've learned over the years, I've been nurtured in the theme of leaning into the wind. So we have a leaning on them. We have a leaning on them. We are leaning on them. So people don't worry, because As Mama Curdle used to say, why worry when you can pray? See it there? I just said there. So I hope them take a good shot at that. I hope them take a good shot at the retirement plaque because these things happened. Them can't change that.
Nope.
Them cannot change that. All right? So we don't get to everything we want to get to, but such is life because Jamaica is content rich and we'll have more material. And in fact, we have a lot of material to go through today. We couldn't get to go through it, but that's fine. Jamaica will provide us with even more next week, and so we won't be able to finish next week at all. What I'm afraid of is that one of these days I'll cut it down to like maybe 1 or 2 subjects, and then I'll finish, and then we'll have all of this time, and then I'm going, what do I do now? Because then we're going to have to open the phone line, and then once you open the phone line and start taking calls, then the following week, the following week, people are going to say, open the phone line again, and we know what's going to happen.
Joan Morrison. I don't know which election you think it was or it is.
Go back, Mrs. Go, what's that? Do you work in the court system? Oh, she's talking about somebody else. Oh, Joan is asking what?
Elaine was asking Joan if she works in the court system in the U.S.
But that would
Just
be in the
curious.
court of
and
go up further. What's this? Notice was served. Judge not interested in non-American matters. Joan Morrison. No, Joan.
Wait, Joan, where are you? Joan Morrison, where are you? In the US or in Jamaica?
No, Joan. Listen, my sister. Listen and listen well. I don't think you understand how the court system works. Here's what happens, and I've seen it frequently. We all have blemishes. We all make mistakes. All of us. Including judges, including lawyers, including clerks, problems abound, mistakes abound. People make mistakes every single day. Now, who looked at this paperwork? I don't know. All I'm saying is that the notice was there. It was at the back. Did you go back again, Kevin, and let me show them. Let me show them exactly where it was. All right, go up at the top.
Yeah, the top of the document?
Yeah, the top of the document.
Oh, everything?
Yeah. All right. Folks, this is it. This is a document itself. No, don't scroll down to the bottom. See the affirmation, it's there because you need this. Keep going, just keep going. Here's evidence of service that we serve them, that we talk to them. And this is at the bottom. This is at the very bottom. You can't move it now. That's at the very bottom.
Take that file together.
Yeah, that's at the very bottom. So we don't know if they scroll through the first 2 or 3 pages and look at the affirmation, and because different courts have different ways of doing things. The judges in different parts, they have different, when I say parts, they have parts of the court, they have their own rules. And so what happened is that they may have expected the notice to be on the top, instead it was at the bottom. We don't know that. Or maybe somebody just looked through it and they just didn't see it. So we're not saying anything nefarious about the judge or the clerk or anything. We're not saying anything nefarious about them. All we're saying is that the rule, they're saying they denied signing it because the notice wasn't there. And we're saying that, or we didn't comply with the notice requirement. And we're saying, yeah, we did. Here's the notice required. Here we did. But we don't have any fights with the court. We have no fights with the judge, no fights with the clerk, none at all. Because you know why? We respect the judge's opinion. We respect it. And so we said, this is what the judge said. And so we will move on. We don't have to appeal the judge's decision or anything like that. We just move on. Because people, at the end of the day, there's so much going on here. There's so much to do that this is nothing. But then as I said, this is a nothing burger, right? Yeah. This is nothing. You know, there are bigger issues. Bigger issues. And then hold on. Go to let me show you something, Kevin. Go to the election thing. The election on this side.
Which one of them?
Go, this is the election, go up. It says the election. Whoa. Operation mode. There it is, election process. 3 below. Right there. Yeah, click on that. All right. Go up, let me see something. We just want to get to the electoral committee.
Yeah.
No, shall register. I just want to voter. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. I just want to keep going. All right, hold on. Go. Hold on. All right. See this? Look at this. This is their document now, right? And it says the electoral committee, the function of the electoral committee is to initiate, coordinate, and manage the nomination and voting processes for the election of council members. So how the hell does the government get involved in this? How? Look at number 2. The electoral committee shall develop the rules of engagement with respect to the conduct of campaigns. Look at 3. The electoral committee shall operate without bias and in a timely and efficient manner. So tell me now, when them say is glitches and them have the picture up there for 3 weeks and an election for 3 or 4 days, is that efficient? Is that timely? Go down and more down, something like Kevin.
We'll go back to the Prime Minister talking about efficiency and corruption.
Go up, let me see. Keep going up. No, don't wait there. Keep going up. Now try. Hold on. Let me say something.
This is everything for the electoral committee.
Timely and efficient manner. There's keep going up. No, there's something here. I tried. There was something about it shall be an independent. Whoa, there it is right here. There it is.
Number 3.
Yeah, number 3. An independent body shall be commissioned by the sitting council members in consultation with the relevant Jamaican overseas men to appoint the membership of the electoral committee. Where's that independent body? Where? Look at that, number 2. In each established diaspora region, an independent electoral committee shall be established to conduct elections and manage the logistics for the election of the global Jamaica Diaspora Council members. So Jamaica government, how to get involved in this? Take me to thing there. Go to the terms of reference and the modalities. The last one. Yeah, may I finish that now? You just pass it. Yes. Go up. Make it smaller. Yeah. And go up. Keep going. Stop. Look at this 1.6. Let me say 1.6. It is important to know that the council is not an arm of the government of Jamaica. So, and this, when you read this in conjunction with what I just showed you, it says that the electoral committee from the GJDC is an independent body. So how government get involved in this? People here what happen. Well, I got cut, because Kevin have to get himself ready and things like that. So I just want to thank you for spending the afternoon with me and the evening and part of the night. Please stay with Kevin. Kevin is coming on in about 9 minutes, and then I will be on at 10. And we're going to be playing Sly and Robbie catalog. Can't play the whole catalog. I think I have like 5 hours, 6 hours of music to play in 2 hours. So we're going to do the best we can. And we hope that you'll enjoy. We hope that you enjoyed staying with us, joining us today. And we hope that you learned something from our interaction. And we look forward to giving you more of today. I'm going to take care. Be well. Talk soon.
Catch you later. Reggae Global Radio. Get to watch live, listen live. We'll be in touch.
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon our homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.